I do some Tamagotchi. We're just celebrating everything in the arena, guys. We're kind of living it up. Can I say that? I just did. Let me make this as big as I can. Meow. While looking for a cue. Oop. Oop. Hold. Hold. Oh, hold. All right, let's go.
We interrupt your day to
What's
bring you
breaking
this
news?
Now
Oh,
here's
it's Homer's
news worth
birthday?
Celebrating. Intrepid reporting
What?
has brought to light the news that Homer is
Yes,
celebrating
Henry,
his
yeah.
birthday today
Hi,
as he
Aaron.
turns
It is cold, isn't
37
it?
years of age.
What about here?
We now take you live to the scene of his party.
Homer? Who's there? Terry, Marge? Oh. Oh, of course his son.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
Biddies?
you.
For me? Bye,
Happy
never.
birthday,
Thank
dear
you.
Homer.
That's really nice. Thank you for the
Happy
biddies.
birthday
To you.
you.
Does look a day over 36. Lana,
Hip, hip,
this is your happy
hooray.
birthday.
Hip hip, hooray.
Hooray.
Thanks so much.
Cute. I swear to God, if Terry and Steve aren't asking each other out today, I'm stressing out. I better see a love bubble.
We asked residents for their reactions.
For their reactions.
Sounds like congratulations are in order.
This is the best news I've heard all year. Thank you for watching.
Not Charlie doing the
Charlie and
news.
Zach.
All right, give me a love bubble for Steve. Mum? Mummy? Mum? Who's she in love with? What the hell? This changes everything.
It's been a while, Carla. I'd almost forgotten what you looked like, darling.
That sounds like something Mum would say.
I don't know why, but I can't stop thinking about Barn, darling.
Shit. Wasn't Barney in love with Mum? What happened? No, yep, you're in love.
I knew it. I'm head over heels in love with Barn, darling. I want to shout it from the rooftops. If only he would think of me the same way, darling.
We can get this to happen. Shit, he doesn't like her. What did we do? Something happened. I think he was in love with Mum and then something happened? Or who fell in love with Mum? Oh, I can't keep up. Was it Barney? Oh no, it was Daddy Pig. Wait, who does Barney like?
It's really good to see you.
Oh, he fancies Pitbull and Peppa Pig fancies him. Oh, shit. No, that's not too much, Lana. It's true, you're right. Lexi, hello.
No you, no you, no you.
Why is Graham fighting with everyone?
How much you?
Gordon Ramsay and Granny are fighting.
Well, I say potato. Well, I'm just gonna call them spots to spite you. How about you? I bite my thumb at you.
What the hell?
Take this and that and that.
Girl.
What do you want? I'm too angry to talk with you right now, Carla. I love the sea.
Chat, you gotta help them.
Oh,
Okay, you're posing.
where's the lamb sauce?
Girl, help. Chat.
Curses
No.
be upon you. Yeah, well, trace your lineage to the third generation. for so-and-so.
You're an idiot, Sambu.
All right, Steve, can you help, please? Actually,
I bite my thumb at you.
no one wants to be a part of this. Can you talk to your girlfriend, please? Can you confess?
The only ding-dong here is you, Granny.
What the hell? Guys?
Terry Owen, is there anyone you fancy right now?
Actually, there is.
To tell
To
you
tell
the
you the
truth,
truth.
Wait. Oh, just do it, please.
Saving animals pulls me to absolute.
Oh, they're
What's the point of
edging.
saving animals?
This has
Saving
been the
animals?
most edgy love story of my life. This is the fake one for the real one. Okay, okay, okay. So it's coming. It's coming. Okay, okay, okay. Here, just give us Bindi, man.
Carla.
Here. Slightly unhappy. What?
Phew. Doing okay there. The hiccups. Hick. Just won't stop hick.
What the hell?
Never seen a case like this before. Strange. Very strange. I mean,
Yeah. Oh my god.
don't worry. Everything's under control. You sure?
Slightly unhappy, and
You're
Roz is
allowed to
unhappy
say that.
too.
Just doing my good
We
deed
might get
for
a
the day.
breakup. Only just in love and you're married with a child? Oh, what? Not good. Oh. Oh, Granny is fucking pissed. Are you kidding me? Granny has a red, bright ass red bubble. Girl. This is the second time she's been fuming.
I'm so mad right now. I could eat a book of brain
She might be the
teasers.
problem. What's wrong, babe?
I got into an argument with Gordon Ramsay. I'm so mad. I could eat a romantic drama.
You should patch things up.
I'm seething with steam coming out of my ears and nostrils. Could you please help me calm down?
She's
a bit
hangry.
first?
Idon, you're right. I'll give you some sack and cheese, courtesy of Idon.
You
Bella!
call this food?
What? Why did she insult it? I'll give you a fly swatter so you can whack him. Can you chill out, girl? Oh, we got a game. Girl, you need to chill out for 5 seconds. The music in the back. I know. What the hell? Cardi B and Taylor Swift are beefing hard. Right. Right. Awkward. Awkward. Why is everyone beefing? Thank you for the sub. DJ.
Put your ass away, child!
French Fry just subscribed. Hello, doll.
45. Nemmy daddy. I like the sounds. Thank you for 45. How are you? Let me snooze these ads. Oh my god. I want the squelch. Can I say that? I just did. The plan is to play both of these games at the same time because that's what I want. I want a game max. And then I still want to play some Faz. And then I think We got to double check, but I think Friend Swap has been moved to US Wednesday, which means I'm pretty sure I can play the Faz update now. I'm not too sure. Wait, abs, thank you. They're so uneven. That's when you know I'm desperate for a hairstyle, when I have the space buns. There's the what's it called? The collab? Alan Wake? Jazz! Thank you for the sub!
Put your
I'm trying
ass
to think
away,
what that would have
child.
sounded like, Jabs.
Jabs_logs just subscribed.
Faz?
Play the what update? I heard a slur.
Oh no, what did it sound like? Oh shit. Well, promise you, I definitely didn't say anything. Jabs, how are you? How are you two? Good to see you, my loves. Always love having a 2-for-1 deal when you guys come in. Hello, doll, don't cancel me. I need this. Jabs, I was like, fuck, what did I say? Because I believe you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say weird shit. Oh my god, she's panting. How was your weekend, Jabs? Jazz, hello. Wait, it's your birthday? Another birthday today? Wait, this might be the greatest day on earth in the arena. Oh my god. Happy birthday, doll. I love our birthdays. We're really doing it. Ah. Oh my goodness. Happy birthday to you. And thank you, Jabs, for basically 3 years, babes. You're everything. I need to get my my tentacle up. Crazy comms, but maybe I'll go up here, see if I can get an easy whip. Get some whips. There we go. There we go. Oh, we're so back. Oh, we're so back. Give it a little squeeze still. Oh, yeah. Oh, that feels so good. Yes. Oh, we're whipping. I need this. I just needed to get my power up, and now we're so back. Oh, hey, guys. Hey. Hey. How y'all doing? Stonin, where'd you go? Oh, they're back on it. Hey. Come here. Oh my god, not the noise. Oh my god, she keeps flashing me. Hey boy. Is someone in here? I feel like someone's in there. I feel like I'm gonna get Oh hey girl! Hey girl! Yes! Hey sweet pea! Oh my god, yes, princess! Come here! They'll get the other girl up, that's okay. This is nice. Hey, sweetie. All right, fair enough. Oh, this is fun. I used to jazz with like the built-in NVIDIA just to make it a little bit like the colors pop a little bit, but nothing crazy. It was when an update came out and some of the maps were just so dark. But I don't think they're on now. I don't think. Daniel! A Pepto-Bismol advert? What? You gonna buy some? Oh, was that that ad you showed me? Oh shit, hey. Didn't see you there. Hey, Princess. Oh, this is the one you linked me that one time, right? Oh, the diarrhea man. Oh, Princess. 2-for-1 deal. Where's Dwight? Daniel, don't. You're so sexy. Wow, they're very quick on the heels. They really said, nah. Damn, that's taken forever. They're not on a gen though, which is good for me. That's the plus side to altruism. They're not doing a gen right now. Okay, where's the Dwight? Right in front of me? No, okay. Sure, sure. Oh, honey points. Pixel, okay. Daniel, how was your weekend? Are they plot twisting in the basement? Where are they? What the hell? Oh no! Henry! What the hell, Chrissy G? Daniel, no! My goat can't be stressed and depressed. Alright, someone's... Come on, do a flash save. Guys, I'm disappointed. Where are these flash saves? Give me what I deserve. Please. These squelch sounds though. I really like them. They're real nice. Go. Alright, I'll do this first. Perfect. Oh, Daniel, what the fuck? I swear it's always something in corporate. People always just have to create drama. I'm sorry, doll. I'm so sorry about your uncle as well. Doll. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder you're bloody over it. What the hell? Yeah, I hate petty work shit. I definitely remember a little all too well. So silly. I'm sorry. I hope it gets like ironed out quick and you don't have to deal with that shit. Can I whack you, please? That scared me. Yeah. All too well 10-minute version. Aww. Daniel. I'm sorry, doll. They should know you well enough that if you're like upset like that, that there's obviously been, you know, a miscommunication here. That's so silly. I'm sorry, doll. Me when I can't find a man. Where are they? They were here. They're looking. Yeah, that's frustrating. Very different vibes, but that was when I got put on that performance plan at that my old work for doing like making a simple mistake, and they like were talking to me so foul. I was so upset. Like, what are you talking about? Nice. God, they finished the last 2 gens quick. Oh boy. Oh brother. Nice. I remember there was a time where I had a friend had passed, and I was a bit emotional during our stand-up, and I removed myself professionally. I was like, oh, sorry guys, I'm just gonna, you know, I'll just remove myself from the meeting. And when it came time for my performance review, they marked me down and said I was unprofessional, and I distracted the whole team from doing their jobs. And I asked the team, I was like, did I make your day bad? They're like, no, you were just upset. And I was like, oh. So like, people just being losers. Oh, they're over here. Go ahead, girl. Leave. I feel bad, but I mean, they're all there injured, so. I feel like they can come back from this. Feels like someone has something. They played that really well. But yeah, no. When she accused me of making everyone feel awful, that was so shit. Because what do you mean? Like, that's so mean. I got marked down because of that. So silly. So silly. But anyway, I'm sorry, Daniel. I hope that all gets better ASAP. Jewy. GG. Bloody. I didn't realize everyone was infected at the end there. My tentacle was going crazy style. You guys played that very well. The last 2 gens, you killed it. I was like, oh my god. Pop off, doll. Pop off. Flower, hello. I haven't used Dead Hard in so long. I've been playing a bit of Killer lately, and it's so back. I used to hate messing up my Dead Hard, man. Oh my god. You got a good one earlier, though. You nailed the one before. Because there was a time where Dead Hard... I wouldn't say it was dead, but no one was using it. And I've noticed that people are using it now. And I'm trying to wait out Dead Hard, but also I just forget. And everyone's doing it to me. I'm like, oh my god, I should start running it on Survivor, it seems. Watching ads so sexy. Flower, how are you, doll? Jabs, thank you so much again for your resub. Sorry, I was distracted with that game. That's good. You can laugh at yourself. I do that all the time. I make so many mistakes constantly. You have to laugh. I'm about to start slugging a little as killer. Yeah. Yeah, no. So true. Like, I usually don't have endgame like that where I can get a slug going. But when you see people injured all around each other, you just have to capitalize because there's no rules in endgame. You just have to go, you know what? You're here and you're mine. Thank you so much. But no, you played so well. That was I feel like so much was happening. My weekend was good. It was very busy, but it was good. Freedom, hello, girl. I'm really enjoying playing Nemi. I don't know why, but it's fun. We stuck around try and save Sable and you punished it really well. That's very sweet to say. I was so nervous because you were such a good team that I was like, okay, I have to play this so smart. Otherwise, they're going to get one person up. And if that sort of team gets one person up, I'm screwed. Because I know you would have got the whole team up if Yui got someone like Dwight up or yourself up. Yeah, it would have been GG. Yeah, I've always loved Nemi. I stopped playing him for a little bit. I don't know why. I just love the sounds and the squelchies. Running around with a Stompy Boy. I just love Stompy Boy. This is the old build I used to do. I haven't touched it. This build I did, you can tell. I have barbecue and Pop Goes the Weasel. And Tinker. Like, what the hell? I haven't changed it. I should probably change it. The barbecue's good. Thrilling's good. Pop was giving me some love. I think, though, Tinkerer is just not worth it. But it's good to alert me. But I just get too distracted that I don't even use it. This is a very old build. Look, I have a Frightful Flan up. My 6-year flan. Ridiculous. Terrell, how are you, doll? Hello. All right, let's ready up. Let's check on our Mies. Flan. It's a shame the queues are so long. But it's not a shame because I get to make people fall in love. Ooh, do it, Sailor. Flan. Hi, Jules doll. I have to play Survivor while I wait for queues. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Moon. So true. So true. Smiley. Oh, that's cute. Tammy. How are you, doll? How are you, my love? Lauren, yes.
My mind is racing, but somehow
Oh, she's still
I feel
angry.
more like my true self.
She's still angry?
I got into an argument with Gordon Ramsay.
Okay, Jazz,
I'm
drive
so
safe,
mad,
doll.
I could eat a Martian rock. I'm seething with steam coming out of my ears and nostrils. Could you please help me calm down a bit first?
Sure, babe. Oh my god, Moon. Can you imagine? Oh, Disco Ball. 2v8 Dredge would be nuts. Surely that will calm you down, doll. Are you good? Oh, thank God, she's good. She was so angry. I wonder what...
Phew. I'm no longer consumed by rage. Well, maybe just a little bit.
I wonder why they were upset.
Alright, I'll try to patch things up with Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, what my friend and I do, she's Nemi and I'm Ghostface. 2v8. We love that combo. The zombies are just too good. Uh-oh.
Hey, sorry about earlier.
No, I'm the one who should apologize.
Oh, thank God. No, shut up. What the hell?
I never thought
Oh.
Gordon Ramsay would swallow his pride and say sorry back. Such maturity. I can't get his words
Enemies to
out of
lovers?
my head. I'm supposed to like Hoodlo Barto, but
Oh,
now I also
shit.
seem to have feelings for Gordon Ramsay. Have I fallen in love with Gordon Ramsay?
Moon, you've like, what stream have I stumbled in? What the hell?
Ha! It's like my love for Hoodlo Barto
I love it
is
here.
fading away.
I gotta show you the rest of my
I
characters.
think I fancy Gordon Ramsay now.
Shit. Shit, shit, shit. I can't believe she fell in love with him! That's ridiculous.
Thank you for the sub.
Still arguing? Oh, okay.
away, child.
Kaz!
Kazrex just subscribed.
Daydream, hello, doll, by the
Able
way.
to settle our differences.
Thank you for 15. What the hell? My lucky day, doll. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, there's Jesus. Yes. Yeah, Jesus isn't feeling very good. Oh, what was he doing? Ignore the shirt. Don't worry about it. We have Jesus. We have Burns Alien from The Simpsons. Walter White's here. We made chat? Well, they made themselves. That's just chat. That's Elmo. Elmo's here. Tim Curry. Love him. Michael Myers. He's slaying. Oh my god, Daydream, you're so fancy. You got this, doll. Homer, Bart, and Marge are in the game. Jesse Pinkman's here. The Cuxons. Oh, I can explain. So Homer and Marge got married, and then Terry, which is my alter ego, he was like, can I move in with Marge? So we named the house the Cuxons, because Terry insisted on living with them, which is kind of weird if you think about it. Daddy Pig from the hit show Peppa Pig. And Marge. Terry and Fergie. Here's Barney and Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig loves Barney, but my mum's in love with Barney. Who else? That's me. I live with Jesus. This is Roz from Monsters Inc. She's feeling something. I don't know. Oh my god, Henry. Yeah. Isn't it good, Henry? I told you.
Welcome to the home of Jorkin Incorporated.
Ignore that. Ignore that. Oh, Randall is really bad.
These clothes aren't my cup of tea.
You can't change, sorry.
Can you give me? Or should I? Great.
She's unhappy with Randall though. Okay, so Randall was the first character I made freehand, and he's really ugly. But I love him because he's so cursed.
So in fact, what not from dodgy brink? Shall I work?
He's really ugly.
To Tinderland.
But I love him. I love him. So it's okay. Lovely piece of literature? Yes. What? Oh, this is my Labubu. Labubu's sleeping though. What are they dreaming about? Aliens. Don't worry about it. Chav, you're handsome! Just all these really good cookbooks.
Huh? That same dream again. Huh?
Oh, we got a game. I received a UFO. Who can't use a good cookbook? Exactly.
What can I do for you?
Isn't my Labubu cute? She's in love with Slender Man. Now, hopefully when I get back, we can get some... We're trying to get Steve. So Steve and Terry like each other. We're just trying to get it to be official. So we should get it today at some point. Hopefully. Hopefully, because I need this. Ninja Bevins? Oh my god, I'm versing Ninja. Slay! How are you, doll? Good to see you. Beef. You know what? Why not? Why not, doll? Bevins. I love Tyler Bevins, Tammy. Tammy, are you working? All good, abs. AC in his speedo? Great. Now I have to watch his cheeks bounce. Doot, doot, doot. Tammy's always working. I'm doing good, doll. I just can't believe we're nearly halfway done this year. Is it going fast for you as well? I can't keep up. Well, we've been needing Dwight and his underwear for... Just give them all Speedos. Do we have an alien killer DVD? Oh, interesting map. This is good if I get my tier 2 to whack the pallets. Otherwise, great. Yeah, are we counting Xenomorph? It's going so quick. What games are you playing at the moment, doll? You excited for that new Halloween? I need to get a quick hit. Nia, I need this, please. Nice. Huge. Huge for me. Love that for me. Hi, Cam. TCM, DBD, and Rivals. Ooh, how's TCM going? You still get cues? Girl. Use that battery, babe. Yep. I'll take it. That's so funny. I love when they use their battery. Oh, damn. That sucks. That's alright. Oh my god. Why is everyone using their battery? That's so funny. They're gonna finish that gen that they were working on. I'm gonna go back. They're gonna finish that gen upstairs, but little flicky. Okay, that gen's gonna pop anyway. I'm about to lose 2 gens. But it's alright. I'm gonna do this. Because I wanna get my thing. Ooh. Thank you. Okay. Not a good start. We're about to lose another gen. That's okay. We did drain her flashlight as well. Oh, got you. Okay. Because they're not updating it anymore, right? God, I love that game. Yeah, exactly, Beef. I really got to take off, Oh, I hit him. I got to take off Tinkerer. It's not worth it. I might need to force pallet here. Ding dong! I hate when you miss an easy, I gotta stop chasing this guy. An easy tentacle, it feels painful. It was very painful. Someone's over there. No more updates. No, stop it. I'm busy. I'm busy that day. I'll take that. God, in TCM's Prime, God, I loved playing that game. Just gonna go up here and see if I can stop them. That alien, not alien, not alien, that zombie helped a lot. We were talking about alien before, I just called him an alien. That alien. This map. Yeah, give us skins. Oh, I want to get you so bad, but I shouldn't. I can't. I'm gonna lose all my gens. My zombies are so slow. Alright, well, not good. Not good! Oh, they're all being touched. Ooh. Look, not my finest game on this map. Not my finest work, that's alright. I love this map as Survivor though. Hey-oh. Oh, a stray? What the hell? Ooh, nice. Did she do it again? Damn, she's doing well. Okay, I'm gonna get this guy on a hook. Oh. Okay. So much happening. Ninja Bevs, I'm a huge fan. Oh my god, everyone is everywhere. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna leave. Oh my god, they're everywhere. This is fun. Oh! Oh yeah, baby! Oh! Sorry. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, sorry. I'm getting too excited. Alright, my bad. Sorry. I mean, to be fair, I play exactly like this as Survivor. It's just, it's so much fun. So much fun having a laugh. You know? Do I make this? I do. I mean, it's fun when they're all injured as Nemi, okay? I can't help it. It's so much fun. Sorry, Moon. I missed your thing because I was too busy being crazy. Pop's not bad. Oop. Pop's not bad. I'm so bad at patrolling, gens, but it can be really nice. It doesn't feel like old Pop, but it's fun. I don't hear him. Okay. Okay, over there, over there. No, Ninja, please. I want to make you a sandwich. No, don't. You're so sexy. Oh, that's interesting. Ding dong. No, ding dong, you're so scary. Not seeing enough movement. Yeah, the crouching is super fun as Survivor. Not so fun when you're playing him. Okay, that last gen's gonna be done. Oh! Oh, did you run out? No, you didn't. That was crazy. The scream with the flashlight's so funny. Didn't see that coming. Scene partner mode, that's so funny. Yeah, Tinkerer and Pop there. Stonnen. That zombie looked like Dwight. Hey, baby. Interesting. I don't know if I want to chase him, although... There he is. There's Sexy Boy, and then someone else is coming along for the ride too. I don't know if I can be bothered. I might just go back up here. Clumpy! But they're coughing up a storm. Hey guys! Hey! It's me! Nemi! Where'd you go? On my way. Hey guys. Okay, I'm just walking around. Just thumping. Just thumping up a storm. I'm walking here. Ah. Okay, I'm just gonna go over here. Hey guys. I really can't commit to a lot. I have to get her down pretty quick, but I don't think I can. That's crazy. Oh my god, Tash! Babe, hello? Botch circumcision. Tash! Oh my god. In front of our salad.
Tasha4CJ has gifted 30 subs.
Tash, what an entrance. Hello? Thank you so much. What's that for? I really appreciate that. Please make sure you're thanking Tash if you got one of those subs. It's incredibly kind. Thank you, doll. Aww. That's so nice. How was your weekend? Where are they? Hopefully not here. Tash, I had a feeling. I said to everyone earlier, I was like, guys, it's gonna be a good day. And look, it's a great day. That's amazing. Yay. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for her and everyone in her life. That's so nice. And thank you everyone for thanking Tash. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness, Tash, as well. Let me snooze this ad. That's amazing. So happy to hear that. Guys, it's a good day today. I feel it in my loins. In my loins, I tell you. They played that very well. They got 2 saves and a gen done. I'm happy for a 2K on this map. That was actually insane. How are you, gamer? Tash, thank you so much, and I'm so happy for you as well. Nice. I'll happily take a 2K. Happily. All those pallets. I'll take a 2K. And Tash surprised us with that as well. GG. Crazy. Ninja Bevins. Like you when you go. I'll take what I can get. Are you kidding me? Because has follow-up 19th. Focus on radiation prevent. Oh god. Yay! I'm so happy. Thank you so much for the subs as well. And that goes for everyone here too. I know I said it briefly in Discord, but the support has been unreal. And yeah, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you guys. Seriously. It means the absolute world to me. Means so much. Let me do... God, I want to whack. I want to play him again. What's wrong with me? I'm addicted to him. Why am I addicted to Nemi? Oh, screw it. I'm going to. Why not? Why not? Let me just go... do this. Now, where's Terry? Poot is acting weird. Wait, they're having a heart-to-heart about Rose Toy. Wait, let me check clothes. Oh, pastel suit. I kind of want to make Captain Feathersword. Ooh. Oh, this is so cute. What the hell? Guys, for Marge. Wait. Marge has a proper necklace now. Let's see what they want first, and then we need to do it. A thumb?
I quite like the shape of your nose.
Get off
Marge.
it. She's married.
Just an observation.
You reckon? But your schniz is so great.
Oh,
No, I'm
You're
not
fucking-
entertaining
Not a
this.
I hear you.
dot, you're all fat.
This is
No. Peppa Pig's dad is a slut.
filthy. I feel like it's been a while since we ran into each other like this.
It has, but guess what I have for you, Marge? I have your necklace. It's perfect! Yay!
Hey, no microphone. Concrete.
Okay, perfection. Guys! Guys, I think it's happening.
Ooh. What is this I'm feeling? Sadness? Melancholy? I can't hold back my feelings for Terry Owen.
Yes, finally.
I need to tell her how I feel.
Yes.
Where should I confess my love?
Ooh, I'm so excited. It's taken us so long to get this. Should we do Ferris wheel?
How should I confess my feelings?
Oh,
What about my outfit?
don't get changed.
Should I get changed?
You're perfect.
Alright. It's time to psych myself up and express my true feelings.
Oh,
Crikey.
I'm so happy. Are they both there? Yeah, okay.
So, the truth is so, Terry Owen. Low, LLO.
Yeah. I love the view from up here too.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
No.
Actually, no. That's not what I meant at all. It's about you, Terry Owen. Low. I love you so much. Please go out with me.
Come on, Terry, come on.
I would love to go out with you.
They're together. We've been waiting for this for so long. Oh my god. Finally. Oh. I reckon you'd call her babe. Oh.
Terry Owen, you see.
Oh my god. I honestly just... We've been waiting for that for so... Like, they've been such a slow burn. Oh, man. I'm so happy.
Hey, babe.
She'll just call him Steve.
Good morning, Steve.
Oh, finally. Oh, we have a game. Oh, perfect. Perfect timing. I'm so happy. I'm genuinely so happy. It's ridiculous.
Oh, I feel somewhat different. Crikey.
Oh. Wait, is it Jose? Oh, guys. Oh, we needed that. I have a cherry ripe to celebrate, but we needed that. Guys, if you don't know, you can give them a relationship in real life. So when you create them, you can go, all right, they're together in real life. But it doesn't mean they get together quick at all in the game. It took us so long for them to actually do it. That's crazy. But now we have to gear up for the wedding. The royal wedding. Oh. Oh my. Tammy, that's so cute. I honestly I'm just so into playing Nemi at the moment. I don't know why. Wait, I missed it, Tammy. Are you at workies? Or are we playing Faz later? Excuse my my memory. Do 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 do. Okay. Help. I don't know. I think it's these noises. I really do need to ooh. I gotta change his build. His build's not working for me. I'm just wanna play him. Get up now. Wow. Well, don't rush. But we can definitely play some later. For sure. Guys, by the way, Overwatch. I am so into playing Jetpack Cat. It's embarrassing. Like, that's my new main. I love Jetpack Cat with all my heart. Ooh, that's a shame. There's someone else here. I might just drop chase. Oh, they're already nearly done this one. Oh, you know what? I'll let them have it. Oh. Okay, fine. I just try to get my tentacle up, but I'm just gonna take the shot when I'm ready. Ready to chug? Celsius. Did you have a late night last night? I was so excited today to stream and play like some comfort games. I just had a cat. I need to get a hook. I'm very far behind. I think I might just have to M1. Someone near me? Do I hear someone? Oh, they're on that gen. Shoot. I can kick them off. Go on then. All right. Now where did she go? I'm on my way. Hello? Oh, shoot. Busy. Well, stay in bed a little longer, doll. Where am I going? Oh. Tash, thank you so much for the generosity. I can't believe you did that. Super kind of you. And I'm also super happy for your friend doll. That's amazing news. It feels like such a good day. I'm so happy for you. Thank you so much again. I can't tell you how much it means. It means so much to me. Go on, zombie. I really need tentacles. I know. You won. I need to get my tentacle up, but I'm just missing. What perk is that? With the no scratch marks. Is that, Nancy not here? Bye, Tash. Have a stunning night. Hello? We have Lana's birthday as well. What a day we have. I needed that hit. Badly. Birthdays, graduation. Good news. I mean, everything's happening today. Oh, someone's in here. Sneaky. Hello. Hello, my goat. Oh, Lana. Lift those weights. There we go. I might have thrown this game in the bin, to be honest. So I just kept missing my whips at the start. But that's okay. Oh, hey, King. Oh my god, his coughs are crazy. He's just coughing up a storm. Also, Mortal Kombat was so funny. I didn't really understand at first. I was like, what is this meant to be? But it was actually really good. Let's see if I can stop this gen. I don't think so. So far away. I gotta lift weights again because my back's starting to hurt. Oh god, there's 2 gens ready to go. Oh, my bad. That is my bad. Whoopsies. It was honestly like when I first started watching, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, what is this? But it's actually like, it's cheesy, but it was pretty clever. It was very, very clever. Someone's there. I don't think they know that I can see him. Oh, they know. Oh my god, there's just so much happening. I didn't actually watch the first one. I watched number 2 first. Striker, it's so good. It was really funny. Josh Lawson like carried it. It was really good. Striker, go and see it. And you don't hate me, that's a lie. You love me. I thought of you. I was like, okay, he's gonna like this. He's gonna like this. Because I had no idea what to expect. I was like, when it started, I was like, what the hell? And then I learned that it's very much meant to be what it is. About our love. You know I can't help it. You got it. That's my goat. Ooh, nice dead hard. Okay. I know, Sierra, congrats! It's been a day of good news. I'm so happy. He declined. Oh my god, why would he decline? Congrats, Sierra. So proud of you. We're just saying that we're having a very lucky day in the arena. How do I get out of here? He's not an idiot. Yeah, I know. I'm joking. I'm joking. Run. Oh shit, Grim and Nia haven't been hooked. That's my bad. Exactly. Pure skill. But I honestly just love hearing all the good news. It makes me so happy. Still waiting for an ad. You'll never see an ad. I'm gonna stop all ads forever. Forever. 1 minute ad. Okay. Deal. Wait, what? Oh my god. Yeah, I'll just make my own ads. Nice. They did really well. They were on those gens so good. My Udi ads. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, perfect. Beef, wait, we need this. No, I want a foot long. What the hell? Cole's cash. Crash, how are you, by the way? Get snuggly, you little slut. What? I said that? I said that? Whoopsies. Oh. That's so unlucky, man. Oh my god. Jaren! How's your holiday going? What the hell? That was so unlucky. Oh my god. Like, actually, so unlucky. Because they played a pretty good game. Cancun's amazing? Oh my god. Wow. When are you home? Wait, June, first week of June, aren't you? Yay! Crash, I'm adjusting well, I think. When I got the increase, which I took on Friday, it's now Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday were quite hard. Today feels good, and I'm hoping it stays that way, but it was definitely a rough few days. But apart from that, Japan, I'm so jealous. I went from, we were trialing 25, and I took well to it, but it wasn't like, an increase was needed. So I went from 25 to 50. And, yeah, now I'm seeing how that is feeling. The side effects were pretty nasty the last few days, but I feel good today. Definitely tired because I'm not sleeping that well, but much better. Shoot it real. You gotta get that strawberry sandwich. Crash real. Because, sorry. Anyone that's experienced this, when you're adjusting and it makes everything feel worse, you honestly feel like, I know I'm not, but a couple days ago I felt like I was failing, and all the progress I made, I was back to square one. And I know that's very normal. But it was hard for me to understand that. I was very like disappointed and like really sad. But I feel much better today, and I know that it has to be a bit tricky before it's great. So I do know that, and it'll be okay. But I do feel really nice today, which is good. My brain feels nice, which is because I hate not being able to like do everything I want on stream, you know? But I know that showing up is great. Like if that's all I can do, that's enough. And that one day soon, I'll be like, guys, we're so back, you know? But I just have to be patient with myself. Thanks, Henry. Honestly, I'm gonna say something. As much as I missed you guys so much yesterday, I actually think it saved the rest of the week. On like, yeah. I missed you so bad, but I woke up this morning being like, yeah, that was smart. That was a good decision. Thank you though, guys. That's so sweet. Thanks, Sailor. Yeah, because look, you can be here for 15 minutes, right? And, you know how much I care about the community, right? So, because I care so much, I just want to hang out all the time. But sometimes I have to be like, all right, Carls, well, today's not your day and that's okay. They're still going to be there. You're fine, you know? Feeling nice, looking hot, hair fire, body slamming. Body slamming. So glad you're on. But never apologize, take your health. Thank you. Because I made a promise to you guys. I was like, as much as I want to do like so many different games at the moment, I'm kind of drawn to the same like 3 at the moment because it's just what my brain likes. So there's so many things on my list that I'm very excited to play, but just being here is enough, and I have to just give myself some credit for that. Gamer, that's very sweet. Thank you. I mean, I wouldn't be here without you guys. I'm very lucky. Jaren, have a beautiful sleep. I'll see you soon. I'm so excited to see photos. Yippee! Henry, my goat. Thank you, doll. Leah! Give me gauze! Give me gauze! What? You're moving in together. I'm kidding. Thank you, Abs. No, it has been a big change, actually. Tell me everything! Tell me everything! Oh my god. I love love. I love love. Oh my god. Leah. Oh my god. Bestie. Cute. This was my master plan. That's so funny. Aww. I'm very happy for you. That's so cute. Oh, 4-minute queue. We'll see about that. Oh, I love it. I love Goss. I love love. I love it all. They're on a date. You're so exactly my type. Oh my god. Wait, let's get Chris to say hello to me. You can gush as long as you want, my love. Never apologize for gushing.
Today we'll settle things once and for all. Sure, sure.
with a treasure face off. Face off.
Okay, at least it's not a penis.
It's a tie.
There's gonna be a penis. Chris, come back!
Hey doll. Good morning. Oh, goodbye.
Us in Japan. Yes, Striker?
Here are today's uplifting messages.
Do you have an uplifting message for chat?
Hard work pays off in the end.
Real. Joph is so crazy. Gamer, there's someone out there for everyone, damn it. You're great. Never doubt yourself or I'll come crawling over. Oh, Striker, that's funny. I stand by it.
Good morning. I'm feeling a bit wobbly.
Oh, something's in your head. Let me take a look.
Help me clear my mind.
Yeah, what is that? Hi, Kaz. How are you? Leah,
relief.
yep.
Thank you.
What does my mum want? Hmm?
Good morning. I really want to give my room.
No. Leave it for now, mum. It's perfection.
I really. What? Are you
Are you having a laugh? It's so funny. Are you having a laugh? Oh my god, look at the donations! Thank you so much. 69. Abs. Real. Sorry you felt that way, but honestly, like, when it's your time, doing that for yourself will be so worth it. Or having done that for yourself, I should say. Ooh. Oh, wait. Wait, this is cute. Hi, Podge. How are you, doll? And Gamer, you're my goat. My absolute goat. Feline friend set. Yippee! Oh.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. This just in.
Oh!
An exciting new travel destination has become available as of right this instant. Travel tickets for the Africa tour
Let's
are now
go!
available at the Wishing Fountain.
Rocks!
Sighs of relief have been heard throughout the island.
Jove,
and
good
one
idea.
resident is quoted as saying, "I hope my roommate is gifted a trip soon."
Oop.
I'm told a wish has already been added, so
Thank you for
Thank
the
you for
streak,
watching.
doll. That's really
I'm
nice.
Peppa Pig and that was your breaking news.
Oh, Pudge, I'm sorry, doll. Okay, good. I'm guessing you've been to the doctors? Oh, wow, I can get so much. Jesus and Randall, I know. Random as hell. Island landscaping, sure. Sure. I know, Henry. Real. I just don't know what. I just don't know. Maybe it's just because my brain doesn't feel creative, but I don't know how I want to do it. I want to make everything perfect, though. It needs to be cleaner. It's just a hot mess right now. What's in my market? A rugby uniform.
Cheers. See you later. Make sure to stop by again tonight.
Wait, the watch time's fixed now, guys. Your watch time's going to be going up now. I don't know why I didn't, but it turned itself off, so no one was collecting watch time.
Thanks for shopping with us.
Oh, Pudge, I'm proud of you. It's so easy for people to be like, oh no, it's fine. So I'm glad you did that. Ping! Hey, baby. How are you? How was your weekend? By the way, I wanted to tell you to your face, but your selfies, you are glowing. You look incredible. Just so you know. Oh, he's in love with Jesus?
Yet. Nearly done.
Oh, shit.
It's so cozy.
Damn it. Jesus is in love with Gordon Ramsay. Granny's in love with Gordon. No, Gordon's in love with Jesus.
We could be sweethearts.
Yeah, Jesus is in love with Gordon. Granny's in love with Gordon. Gordon's in love with Jesus. Sorry. Sorry. Who's Jesus in love with? Hold. Jesus, who do you like?
Hello there.
No one. Hang on here. Hang on. This could change everything.
With Andy cranking hot crazy style. Tonic honesty.
That's crazy. They did this on their own.
One piece nudity. Sting half pussy toss and failed to weather. Clit. What knock lump dodgy bring. Dallo bow. Nice.
What the hell? What in the love triangle's going on here? Not Dirty Dom. That's crazy. WWE fan. What the hell? That's random as hell. They both went into his house. Like, hey. That's crazy. Hey. Who am I? Who am I to say no to love? Not me. And then I want to play some Faz today as well. Tomorrow. I don't know if you guys are interested, but I was thinking about checking out the water park sim update because you can play on hard mode. So I was thinking we open up another water park on hard mode and see how long it takes me to cry. Oh my god, Abby. I'm scared. Dammy. Giant Kermie. Thank you, doll. Or supermarket, yeah. Either supermarket or water park sim. Because I really want to play so bad. Because you can get more, you can have clothes and stuff now. They just have DLCs. Hard mode water park, yeah. Maybe I'll wait until payday and I'll get all the, which is Friday, get all the DLCs. Alan Wake, oh my god. Wait, is it actually tomorrow? Because it's the 13th for me. Or is it the 14th? So waiting for a stream of ranking your fave sim games? We're so back. That's so funny. I didn't mean to be so obvious. Wait, so can I actually play the new update tomorrow? Wait, really? So it's not US 13th, it's just tomorrow? Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, okay. Yeah, I want you to be flung. Ooh, I think I've seen that. Oh, it's US 12. Okay. You know what? I'm actually excited for our 24-hour stream because I can get so much done. Like, I can play all the games that I want. Oh my god. Jesus. Like, there's so much I want to play. My brain's been slowing everything down. It's annoying. But I know there will come a day where I'm like, guys, we're so back. And then you'd be like, Carla, stop streaming. Because I'll just be like, yeah. Because I want to play Supermarket Sim Update. I want to play Repo. I want to play Water Park Sim on hard mode. That could be fun. Bucket of shots. Oh my god. I'm also gonna make oh, I know this is kind of lame, but I was thinking of this. I was thinking about making a wheel for every game I play a lot. So like, for example, a Faz wheel, it would be like, pick my map, ban an item this round, run no evidence, like all this random shit. Just to make it, I don't know, more interesting. And then a wheel to choose the wheel we use. Oh my god, Spuds! Cutie! How are you feeling? Okay, snap, crackle, pop. Wheel. Yeah, I need to do, I might make them... I want to make a Faz wheel for sure. Because I think that's super fun. Wait, it won't let you talk? Why? Now, Dwight, babe. But once again, I know you'd be like, Carla, shut the fuck up. But just so you know, streams will be like extra fun and normal soon. I didn't expect to be thrown around this much. Like, I want to just give you everything, and I know I can't give you full 100%, but soon. Yeah, stop silencing ping. Please. Oh, yeah. No, there'll be more fun. You guys are so beautiful, but I swear they can be better. Oh no, is this person AFK still? I love you guys. I just hate when I don't feel like myself when I can't do everything I want to do. But I know that there's plenty of time. Blow my tits off is so funny. Blow me tits off. But you just deserve everything, guys. I want to give you everything. Especially like, you've just been so supportive. It's so lovely. Interesting. Wait, 5 gens? I didn't notice that. Oh, I feel bad. I love not being afraid to type anything. Yeah. But thank you. That's very lovely. And Ping, I'll say it again, babe. You're glowing. Tell me more about this friend of yours, huh? The way I never change the builds on my killers and I just use the same. True. You're right. I'm very excited though. Like today I woke up giggling at the fact that I felt nice, you know? I was, oh my god, my bad. I was super grateful. I was like, oh my god, wait. This is a good sign. Yeah, I tore, you know when you're looking for something? I tore my wardrobes apart trying to look for something. I found it, hell yeah. But the whole house just looked upside down. And then it took me so much energy to do that, that after it was done, I was like, oh, fuck. So I'm gonna clean it all up after stream. I was just so like exhausted for it. I was like, girl. Tell us more. Santa is truly slaying. I don't want them to do a gen. Yeah, it's my shaking it like jelly cardigan. I found it yesterday and I went, I have to wear this. Are they just trolling? What are they doing? Do you not want to be here or something? What's up? Never mind. No, continue. One of my faves, Jules. I don't know why. It just gets me going. It's just fun. I love that instrumental. That's Surge. I love Surge. Surge is the best. Oh, game of those. I found those the other day as well. I was like, oh my god, these prevent memories. Also, I found something yesterday that made me laugh. I was like, girl. So I have this when I was basically trying to find an old phone to give to someone. Because I knew it was somewhere in my house. So I went through everything. And I have this like pink suitcase in the laundry that I haven't touched literally since my birthday 2024. So 2 years ago, right? And I was like, oh, let me open it. And I'm like, okay, it feels heavy. Why is it heavy? And I must have been busy or I've never done this before. It's basically a time capsule from 2024 because everything I wore to Melbourne for my birthday was in that suitcase. It was just like 2 outfits and a jacket that I completely forgot about. And I was like, oh my god. Hey guys. Whoopsies. My bad. Not a flip phone, no. Little pixel phone. Yeah, so it was from my birthday 2024. And I was like, okay. Cool. Some of the clothes I'm like, yeah, I'll definitely wear that. And other stuff I'm like, okay, can't fit into those. Don't like those. But someone will get a beautiful donation. I need to get big bags and do like a massive clean out to donate clothes. I don't know what this game was. This game was... I feel kind of bad. A gen wasn't done. Like, what happened? I didn't have that much pressure, did I? Yes, honestly. I need to. I wear the same 10 things, honestly. I haven't bought new clothes in so long. I do need some like winter staples, I'll admit, but I'm fine for now. Yeah, that's what I want, the big waist bags. And then I'll donate. Oh wait, why did I close that? I could have let it go. My bad. You can go. You can leave. I'm gonna hide in the bushes. Bye, Queen. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad. That was kind of crazy. It was kind of wild. And Dirty Dom was being dirty. Dirty as hell. Hop off. Nah, I'm joking. Wonder if they watch WWE. Imagine letting killers jump off shit in DBD. Let me do stuff. Let me emote. You know? The broast. What's the broast again? God, my back is so sore. I have to stretch. I haven't been stretching. I haven't been stretching. Okay. Yeah, let me dab. You know? Poot Lovato, Loki ignoring Poot, Fergie and Barney.
Oh, I can't get my food off my mind.
Oh, the Boo Boo's in love with Slender Man. Hit it, Barney.
Ah, Slenderman. Looking gorgeous as always.
Oh no.
No. Look out.
She's so cute.
Don't worry. I've got you.
Oh no. I think so.
Loving vibes just now.
Be friends. No, you're right, Abs. I was thinking about playing some Survivor, but the queues are too quick. Oh no!
Thank you for the sub.
Hey.
Put your ass away, child.
My go!
Imanabo just subscribed. 57. Am I in heaven? Am I right, ladies? Dab. Bless up, Queen. YOLO. YMCMB. Gang
Bless
gang.
up, Queen. Dab, it's so funny. Honor, how are you? What the hell? Wait. Oh, never mind. Peppa Pig's fine.
Slice of ass. My kingdom for a slice of ass.
What? Peppa what, girl?
Barney, I'm mad about you.
Oh, great.
Barney, I love you.
I love how it goes. Love your. I'm good, doll. Good to see you. What the hell? What's the hot goss? Tell me everything. Chris, what's wrong?
Ha. Hello.
What's wrong, my goat?
I want to be friends with Burns Alien. Sure. Sure.
Sure.
So, what should we talk about?
Slice of ass. Goobs, that's so
All
funny.
I'll have a chat with him about a slice of ass. Sure.
It's always to the
sure.
ocean.
Hello, Burns Alien.
Oh, shit.
Would you like to have a chat
Damn, I'm down.
about a slice of ass?
Of course. Let me ask you this, Chris Melberger. If someone offered you a large slice of ass or a small slice of ass, which one would you choose?
Ooh, that's quite a conundrum. I'd have to say, the large slice of ass. Sure, sure.
Right.
Sure,
It's just
sure.
common sense. Everybody knows an absolute. Now
I could sit here and
Hi,
talk
Trippy.
about the qualities of a massive slice of ass for hours. Say, we
Be friends.
Thidilan Harvey just resubbed for 26 months.
Hello.
Computer, make these guys super gay and horny.
Already
Make
happened.
these guys super gay and horny.
Too late. Too late. On a 4 months is crazy. Oh my god. That's so lovely. That went quick. And Dylan, hello. Thank you again, Honor, 57. And then Dylan for 26. Ooh, I appreciate it, guys.
I'm so sorry.
That it didn't work out. I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. Thanks,
I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo.
How was that 5 years ago?
Hype
I can't
train
even.
Carl's Maxwell.
I can't even. The alerts here are crazy. Oh, are they? No, they are. What are they? I don't know. Tammy, thank you. Thank you, guys. Solo. With a nod. Yeah, he would nod. Oh, Henry, we need to. Surely during the 24-hour. Surely. Thank you for Maxwell, Tammy. Thank you.
Oh, I feel somewhat different.
My god. Oh, Terry? Get tipsy and have some tipsy karaoke. So I was gonna do it this week, but I was like, girl, just adjust. You know what I mean? Like, don't stress. I still want to do it this month though.
Biddies?
Definitely this
Me?
month.
Well, I never.
Hand on heart, May.
Bottom,
Jordan!
bottom.
What the hell? Yeah, but this month for sure, because we need this.
Hello, Carla.
What's wrong, Terry?
I'm on a journey of self-discovery. You can help me find my enemy by bringing me a treasure that really suits me.
I've got just the thing. I love Terry, Jordan. Alfredo. I'm gonna make Alfredo tonight too. She didn't like it.
Steve confessed his love to me, so I've decided to go
Yeah,
out with him.
exactly.
Here's to things going smoothly.
If I'm feeling like 100%, then it'll be able to be like a stress-free 24-hour. Like if I did it this week, it would probably throw me off, and I'd be like, "Sorry guys, I have to end early," and I don't want to do that. Not that it's a bad thing, because I know you'd understand, but still, like I want to give you my all and like plan.
Hakuna.
Yeah.
Matata.
Puffin! Using bow tie?
Puffin
Okay.
just resubbed for 16 months. So fun.
Thank you for 16.
Hakuna.
Henry. Oh my god. Hey, marking my word, but please don't make yourself feel icky. Yeah, I will figure out a day. And let everyone know. Give everyone a heads up. So we can party. Puffin, enjoy your lurk doll. Thank you so much for 16. I appreciate it. That's really lovely. Thank you for the hype train as well, guys. What the hell? Came out of nowhere. Pipple's dreaming. Chat's sad. We can work on that. Labubu is...
My dearest Slendermans. I think they call that a night kiss.
Oh, Labubu's obsessed. Shoot. Fergie. Steve and Terry are home. Oh. I love them so much.
This is the best.
Oh, is Chris sprinkling with Mr. Burns? Oh, perfect.
I was over to you, a good sprinkling.
A good sprinkling? Hello? Sure. Same. What the hell? Sure thing. Speak on that. Ooh, I might give her my blood points. Okay, cool. My dog a bath, now I need a bath. Real. I honestly... I got to, I gotta keep an eye on Mimi. I might need to take her back to the vet. Her flu's just, it's getting better, but it's not going. And I don't know what's going on. Poor little thing. Oh, the babies. She does need a checkup anyway, but I wonder. I'm pretty sure she's still eating normally, and she's very like she's very active for her age. I didn't realize. I realized. Well, I know her age, but you know when you kind of realize how old your animal is, you're like, oh shoot, she's 14. She's 14. She's little old lady baby. Great, Commander, great. Don't we all? Don't we all? But, God damn it. I don't know. She's being a little sneezy girl. Meme's giving grandma. I know. I think I'm going to get her from Kmart. You can get these little steps for the bed. Because she still can jump, but she definitely claws her way up more than she jumps. So when she jumps up on the bed, you'll hear the initial jump, but then you'll hear her, like you'll hear her finish it off with her nails. So I'm like, okay, let me get you some stairs, babe. Let me give you some stairs. Commander, you know it is, babe. Gamer. Oh no, that fish emote's so cute. I love it. And not blink. Ah! Why did that scare me? Oh my god. Sorry. Jesus. I just played as Ghostface and that scared me. Commander, really? Gamer, I don't know. Like, I just can't help myself. Screw it all. Oh, abs. Little pup stairs. Where is that bastard? The fishy's actually really cute. If I can say that. Down under. I haven't had a new hype train emote. Yeah, I think there's new emotes. We did it. Finally. Maddie's looping for their life. 10 years. Oh, little honey. Okay, I'll never put you in the bin, doll. I'm really sorry, Lori. That's my bad. I really like that fish. That's adorable. That's so cute. Alright, I kind of want to finish this gen before... Oh my god, look at it! Aw, what a cutie! Thanks, Tammy. Oh, it's a little rainbow fish! Happy Pride! That's adorable. I love that little guy. a happy little guy. Oh my god. We're here, Mads. Thank you for waiting. Thank you so much. My fish usually ate other fish. I had that happen when I had fishes when I was little. It was not fun. Poor little guys. Motion sensor bin. What the hell? Also, can we talk about Dwight absolutely looping for filth right now? Oh my god. He's doing it. He's popping off, doll. Where is he looping? Oh my god. June's coming! It's coming, it's coming. I can't believe it. Guys, I'm telling you, not to scare anyone, but we are going to literally blink and it's going to be Christmas. Don't say that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The fact we're basically mid-year is gross. I know. I know. I know I'm not ready for Christmas as well. Alright, fine. Before Christmas though, we have Halloween. We have my 6-year partner anniversary. And my 3rd ambassador anniversary. That's crazy. July or June is my, I think, 5th year as a fog whisperer, which is weird because I remember getting that literally yesterday. A can opener? Oh, damn it. I know all these little anniversaries. Ooh. Did you see me go behind this rock? Oh, he has ruin, I just realized. Let me see if I can commit to this. An absolute menace punch. That's so funny. I was like that too. I would always be like, I've wanted this my whole life. Mum's like, girl. Girl, quit lying. We can do a quick heal. Super quick. Oh my god, Giuseppe! Happy birthday! That's our 3rd birthday today. Can we get number 4? Happy birthday to you. So many birthdays in the arena today. Wow. What do you mean? Guys, every day is Carla Appreciation Day with how you treat me. Let's be for real. You guys do so much for me. It's crazy. May birthday clones rise, I know. We're busy. We're busy that day. Oh my god, they're really doing everything. They're doing it all. We're busy and our parents were busy 9 months before we were born. What's up with August? Guys, wait. True gamer. Oh, taxes. Shut. Taxes scare me. Honk. Oh, gamer, I feel that. Oh my god, I feel that. Oh. Oh. Revealed ya. Oh shoot. I stuffed up, but so did he. Oh my god. Sorry, girl. Ooh, pallet though. I know, Mickey, real. Real. Honestly, I don't play as much as I used to. So for me, the state of the game's pretty fine. But someone who plays every day might say something different. But I think any DBD players, it's decent, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Last gen though. I wish old adrenaline used to work the way it did. Ooh, cherry white. I said wipe. I forgot about you. Never thought of it like that. I mean, Scream 1 is the best. So... I'm in the cutscene. Oh no, not our goat. Henry's so good. So good. Ghosty versing a ghosty. It's a charm you get. So you get the Twitch charm. Which I've always loved because, you know, Twitch. And then the old Fog Whisperers, because they changed the creator program. I don't think they get this anymore. But this is also like a partnered with DBD thing. So I usually wear both of those. Because cute. I love it. I wonder if they give those out anymore. Or if it's like, it sounds so lame, but, or if it's like a rare thing now. I don't know. I don't know. But it's cute. Honestly, there's two things I love in this world that don't matter, but I love them. That's my Fortnite locker and my DBD account. And I can't tell you why, but they're like relics for me. I think because both of them did a lot for me. I don't know. But yes, are you down soon for some Faz? I love my DBD account. I don't know. I get very like, it's easy for me to feel nostalgic. A new toy. What new toy did you get? I'm so ready. I'm so excited. And then tomorrow I'll do some sort of, well, it changes everything because the Faz update's out. So maybe I do both. Maybe I do a simulator that I wanted to play and Faz update. Me too, Henry. A Steam controller. Is that like the portable thing? It's okay, Tammy. Yippee! True, true. Because Fortnite's the whole reason why I became a streamer. So that has a lot of nostalgia for me. And then DBD was the game that I played in lockdown that ultimately grew my channel. It was like right place, right time, right game. So that's why I will always keep playing, you know, those games. I might not play it every day, but I still love them a lot. To rock in team, strap in and strap on. I got it in before it loaded. Yay. Yippee! Fent here locking in. Thank you, Doll. Lock in, guys. Love your username, by the way. We're locking in. I'm so excited. Here, locking in. Lock in, guys. Lock in. Strap in. And strap on. 4 men out. 4 men out. Ooh. I don't mind this map. Is there something wrong with me? Well, don't answer that. There's plenty. We're in. Oh, have they changed the lighting on this map? Sorry, man, but I'm locked out of heaven. Is that a clown? For too long. Oh, it is a clown. Damn. Good comms, good comms. God. That takes me back to when I did work at Woolies. Oh my God. Good comms, good comms. Eric. How are you, doll? Fair, Tammy, fair. I hate, the castle map. Me all day, every day. I don't know, it's just so big and it's so hard to find all the things. Lock in, lock in. Getting the base Monte, the base Monte. Awesome, Macca's still, alright. Okay. Guys, team, 1 gen done, 1 gen done. We're so back. We've never been more back. I'll do it for free, doll. Just so big and hard to find. might turn. Yeah, damn it. Yeah. Yes. In concept, it's fantastic. Exactly. Great map. Just playing it, I'm like... How you didn't say, I'm sorry, Pookie. I'm sorry. I didn't know which angle he was gonna go. But you know what? You saved the team because guess what? 3-gen chase. We're so back. Right. Can't get the fucking temp right. I hate showers. Showers that just can't get the temp perfect. It's either too hot or too cold. Come and get me. Hey girl. I'm gonna do this for a little bit of juice. Yippee! I'm gonna go over here, sir. Hi, sir. How's playing clown doll? Probably should have put that pallet down. That was very silly of me. Ooh, I got lucky.
Thank you for the sub.
I got lucky.
Put your ass away, child.
Hot rods. We're so
Macari
back.
just subscribed. 62 hell yeah, brother.
62. Nice, he committed to it. Thank you for 62. I appreciate you. Oh, they tried it. Guys, big resubs today. Thank you. How are ya? Quick. Tune in, quick. What's happening? Wait. I think I'm getting married in thingy. Thank you. Oh. No. I think I'm getting married in Chris's game. What? This might throw everything. What the hell? Great. I'm in love with Bud.
Carla, it's gonna happen.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
You and Bud are both mutually in love. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, sounds good. Me in love with Bud. Okay, I'm back in the game. That's so funny. Sounds good. Sounds good, thank you. I'll take Bud. I'll take Bud. Carla and Weed Nug forever. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Last gen, guys, lock in. Oh no. Which way is he coming from? Hello. No, don't chase me. You're so sexy. Oh no. Not good. Whee! Not ideal. So much is happening. I fell in love with Bud. Oh no, okay. Alright, we can come back from this. Oh, hello, yes, 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 yes. We could maybe start a gen on this side to create some pressure. Thank you. My goat. Did we 3-gen? One, two. Or we may have 3-gened. One, I'm in love with Bud. Wait, this is good. Maybe he can chase me. Oh shit, sorry, babe. We need to get that save. No! Not Lieutenant Meow. No, don't chase them. Chase me. I'm on a gen. I have to heal though soon. I gotta make sure that he's not coming back. Oh my god, my goats, my goats. Come and get me! Come and get me, I dare you! I'm back on the gen! The pressure's crazy! Oh, it's being requested, Tammy? Wait, it will definitely happen. Alright, the pressure is on. For all of us.
Holy
Oh.
shit! That's 437 bits!
Oh, Mikey.
I'm back.
Mikey, Mikey, Mikey. How dare thee! I'm in my zone. Oh, you got me. You got me good, doll. Oh my goodness. Got him. Oh, sorry, Adam. No, 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 no. Oh. Gotcha, girl. Tree tech. I'm joking. Alright. The gen's being done. This is good. This is good. You do, Mikey. And honestly, I am proud of you when you do. I am proud. Oh, this is huge. That gen's being done. They should stick that out. I believe. Yeah. Nicely played. I love the way I look. Lieutenant Meow, no! This one's open. No, 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 no. Where's the thing? Nice. There's a pallet there. There's a pallet. Oh God. Jesus Christ. Onion, weird first message, babe, but look at my panels. I'll tell you everything you need to know. What the hell? What happened to hello? Do your research and look at someone's panels and you can definitely learn a few things about me. GG's! No! Oh my God. GG's. Oh. We did 3-gen ourselves. That map is like the 3-gen map king. What happened to hi? How are you? Like, what the hell? Like, it's just weird. It's just weird. A weird first message. Like, it's a copy pasta. Like, I'm playing a game of DBD, babe. Look at my panels. Maybe reword a few things. It's not hard to scroll down and look at my panels, baby. I was locked into your game. I didn't even know anything else being said. No, same. And then I saw it and I was like, oh, not now. And then like teasing Trace. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Blue, hello. How are you, doll? What happened to hi? Hello, how are you? What happened to all of that? You know what I mean? All right, let's do some fizz. Miss the tea, there's no tea. No tea. GG's though. I wish. Now, Lassie, if I could, I fucking would. I want them to do a thing where, like in Fortnite, you can gift a skin to people, and I would honestly just spend all my cells and do that. I wish. I wish I could. God damn it. Yours is blue for me. Turd being a turd. What the hell? Yeah, blue. You can't give... No. They're missing out on my money. No, they are missing out. You should be able to do that. Because how many people would buy cells to gift others? By the way, guys, if you want to support me, code Carla in the item shop. I mean, listen, I'm happy to support my friend too. So I'm just messaging my mum back. And I buy the Rift Pass in a few weeks after my first check. First check I use code Carla. Oh my god, thank you. Code Carla and all the things. I have 2 things only. Let's go whispering to the fog. Okay. Let me at the Discord. That was a fun game though. I really enjoyed that game. We did 3 gen, unfortunately, but Mum needs to come back in chat. Mum! She's good. It was good to see her on Sunday. I'm seeing her. Hello, Granny. Jetpack Kit. I'm excited to play some Jetpack Kit. We didn't lock in hard enough. You know what? We locked in a lot of ways. But I think that map specifically, it's hard. Sometimes it's just you forget. It's such a 3-gen map. It's so bad. But we locked in like 90%, I reckon. Grant, I'm so excited to play Jetpack Kit. Can I wait for more Overwatch? We're doing it soon. Yeah, no. It's so bad. When I play Killer on that map, it's, I pray that people do it because it's so easy to. I love that you love Jetpack Kit. I love that you love that I love Jetpack Kit. I love it. I'm learning Jetpack Kit, guys. I'm exclusively only playing it with Gran and pals. So that when we play on stream, probably next week or this week, who's to say, I'll be maining my kit. And I love it so much. My Jetpack Kit. I love him. So cute. So I love Deja Vu in addition to always being lost without it. Yeah, true. True. I know my background. I gotta change it. Fuck. It's a jump scare every time, I know. Same. Ooh, Giuseppe, nice. Yeah, I'm finally learning my thingamabob. Okay, let me go pee. And then I'll be back. Yeah, we'll do Overwatch stream again. Because we did it a couple of weeks ago. People liked it. John, hello, Joe. How are you, sweet? Okay, BRB.
Yeah, Vicky, you always keep me round, but I think
Oh, the weekly reward thing. Wait, hold. 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 Doggo! Thank you for the sub! Hold.
Put your ass away, child!
Doggo Reborn just subscribed. Hey, been a while. How you been, babes? I think about us almost every day. You haven't replied to any of my texts or calls, but I'm not ready to give up yet. Some will call me stupid or
Sunny oh, restricted. Okay. Okay, that's slightly better. I'm not putting it away. Doggo, thank you for 3 years. Wow. Thank you, doll. He cut me off. I know. When Brian decides to cut off, it's crazy. I'm like, come on, don't do that. Thank you for 3 years, doll. Oh my god. No, Charlie, go to the doctors. No, you're too sexy. Yeah, 3 years, babe. Nah, aura. Charlie, you already have so much aura. I'll go to the doctors with you. The audacity, it cut off. Hardest possible challenge with normal investigator speed. What does that mean? What is this again, Tammy? Hi, Blizz. We're vibing. Just doing a little stream. Ooh, tomorrow I'm really excited. Tomorrow's a really good day. Tomorrow we're doing the Faz update and probably some sort of simulator. 0 sanity, 0 Evie. What? I think it's just trapped air. Honest doesn't hurt, but I'm burping a lot. Oh, doll. Okay. Is that why you're up right now? Your settings. Ah, my goodness. Wait, what news did you get? What's the time? No. Far, far west. Think you like it. What is it? Let me have a look. Wait. I got work in an hour. Boo! Charlie. I had a straight up panic attack at a let's get together lunch with my coworkers from my company. Oh, Mikey. I'm sorry. Panic attack sucks. Hope you feel better. Oh. That's fun. I don't like not being able to the exit. Fair. Fair, doll. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, that's fair, Mikey. I totally get that. All right, let me do a warm up and then we'll get Tammy in. And then we'll lock the hell in. God, I haven't played in a few days. And then we'll join random multiplayer lobbies. I'm joking. Tim Tam, Clam, Slam, Nurses Week, Nurses Month, Nurses Year. I have a new trophy? Oh, shoot. What trophy is it? What trophy is it? Charlie, put some pants on for the love of crumb cake. Or don't. Me and my boyfriend will be moving job locations. Oh, is it close? How? Oh no. How close is it to the other one? No, that's okay, Mikey. Don't put on pants. Be free. Patricia wants to hang out. Fair play. She loves me. Accidentally pause and not realize stream is no longer live until chat doesn't make sense. Oh wait, Pixel, no! Where were you up to? That's assuming if... I mean, you've never done it, but, you know. You're free! Is the mirror here? My lucky day, baby! Laundry. Laundry. I love the laundry. Oh. The curse mirror shows you where the ghost room is. Although, I think it's lying. Unless it's not cold yet. 10 minutes past my current job. Oh, nice. So not too far. Uh-oh. Girl, you scared me. Oh, the shoulder doctor? Nice. I need my nails done. Oh, I have chocolate on my hand. That looks so bad. Sure, Carla, chocolate. I need my nails done so bad. They are so foul. It's embarrassing, to be honest. They're so gross. My bad. What am I doing? Oh yeah, sanity pills. Are you working tomorrow, Tammy? I've asked you this a million times. I'm so sorry. Yes, no, me. Yeah, my sanity pills. Not me thinking it was like a cat for a second. Listen. Maybe it is. I don't think it's in here. She's sick again. Why do they always make pointless stuff in meetings? What does a set of French tips set you back these days? I think I pay... I think they charge you an extra 5 for French tips. But I think 45? If you get shellac, I think? These have been on my nails so bad. Oh my god. They've been on my nails since end of March. Ew. For a wedding, I got French tips and they've grown out so much. They're so bad. Don't look at them. I have to get them done. Not good. Oh, in the hallway? Shellac me off. It says in the thing. I think you're lying. Dip nails is nice. I haven't had French nails for so long. And I tried them, I know, Striker, right? And I tried them for the wedding and then I was like, oh, I like them. But I think next time I want to get either a like French tip, but either the tip is black or red. But I actually liked them. They did look really nice until they don't. Oh wait, Crimson Desert, I forgot about that. Ghost event. Do we have ghost orbs? I don't know. Probably not. Okay. Love me a black chip. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that. Oh, what type of game is it, Mikey? Is it similar to Hitman or is it not really? Fuck, I love Hitman. No, don't. You're so sexy. Uh-huh. 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 Tracy, you talking about for wedding day? Because it looked amazing. Balls. Yep, balls. 4 a.m. Charlie. We don't need this. Truly. Wait, am I playing on zero evidence? I gotta have a look. Guys, I'm about to look. I think you added 3. Okay. The garage. How dare you? How dare? Wait, really? You can just yap? That's funny. Henry. God, that was a good time. God, man. What I would do to forget my, like, I want my brain to forget the playthrough so I can just experience it fresh again. You can yap. Wait. That sounds fun. I'll check it out after this. This is a shade. I can yap and I can fap. Yap. Today won't be a super long stream, but tomorrow will be. And the day after, I'm meant to be seeing Mum bright and early. But then we're meant to be having friend slop, which should be fun. We're gonna play Gamble with friends. And the day after stream with Gran will be a long one. So you will be getting your long boys this week. I don't think it is. Oh, yeah. And then whatever bonuses I can do, I will do. Damn, that was a long stream. I don't think it's ultraviolet. Yeah, man. Oh, dots. Yeah, so freezing temps now, Mikey. You need the actual temperature. It used to be that back in the day, though, so you're not like... You're right, but they've changed that. But it's a good indication of the ghost room. I would love to play Sea of Thieves with the crew. Oh my god. Imagine Sea of Thieves with Granny and I. That would be so funny. I would do anything to convince her to do that. Same, Jules. I always reinstall it and then uninstall it. It is nice to sail. It's really nice. It has an unskippable tutorial called Maiden Voyage. Even if you've played it before, Mikey, or is this a new thing? What do we do with a drunken sailor? I didn't know Death Stranding 2 is set in Oz. Oh my god, all these new things. I also want to play this game, guys. It's Bus Driver Simulator. Because I've played before, so I should have done the tutorials. Yeah, there's a bus driving sim that I want to use with my wheel, and you have to pick people up and... It's been on my wish list. Yeah. Orbs. Interesting. Alright. Chess Balatra? I gotta tell that to Chris. He loves chess. By playing music? God, I haven't... Getting into fights, so funny. Getting the planks. Stressing out. Oh. Are you here? Are you here? Damn it. Where are you? I think it's Busbound Henry, yes. Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Elderly victim. It looks so good. I got my wheel out last night. Another thing I found. Happy Mother's Day, bitch. That's a classic clip. I honestly think it's freezing temps. That's a really great. Yup. Nice one. It's being a bit naughty. We do have dots, yes. EMF 3. Is it pretty likely it's going to be freezing if it got 1.1? Girl. No, Henry, you don't. Only the first half. Oh, there we go. What's a mimic? Oh, it's not ultraviolet. So it is. Okay, we're good. Nice. Damn. They took a while. Ooh, planned outage. Hold. Oh, my account. Okay, cool. Oh, wow. We got an email about the alarms. The fire alarms. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're like, so the fire alarms are connected to commercial businesses as well in the area. And they're like, we can't turn this off, but we're investigating as to why there's so many false alarms. It's like, they shouldn't have been connected to the commercial businesses anyway. Why should hundreds of residents be disrupted because someone burnt a pizza in their restaurant? Like, that's just so weird. So silly. Abby! That was a good time. Good night, doll. Like, people are moving out. People are moving out. People are moving out. I'm fine. Like, it's annoying, but it is what it is. Because I can't afford to move anyway. And I'm happy. I love this apartment apart from that. So it's just kind of like accepting it. Wait. Incense, crucifix, headgear. Level 80. But 5,000, 15, 10, 20,000. Get a grip. I mean, to be fair, I don't want this headgear. Incense is cool though. Crucifix is cool. Sanity meds. I can get that. Level 80. We ate, guys. We ate. Yay. What food do I have? I could make a chicken sandwich. What do I feel like? Yeah. Yeah, no, Striker, for sure. For sure. You know what it is? People wouldn't mind the fact they're connected if so many false alarms didn't go off. You know what I mean? Like, if it actually went off, that's fine, and something was happening, cool. But it's gone off for like, I'll just say a year and a half that I live here. And there was honestly, there was a while there, it was going off like 6 times a month. Like at 3 a.m. as well, for no reason. That's the only time. That's why people are annoyed, because all these false alarms. It's not even like, oh, once a year. It's like, no, it's probably gone off like 50 times minimum. But I do understand like the legal side of it for sure. It's just, I think the falsies late at night is what's making people pissed off, especially those with kids. Like, fuck that. Imagine waking up the kids. I'm glad, like, that's why it's annoying for me, but it's not as bad as people that are shift workers or that have kids, because that would be so frustrating. Like, I have it easy compared to them. A bit too easy. Me, salt, tripod, incense. Cool. Now I have drunken sailor in my head. It's not even that big of a building, and it's not even like, it's not even someone burning. It's just going off for no reason. That's the issue. There's so many defects and they can't find it, which is the most frustrating thing. Like, nothing's actually happening. It's just a false alarm because of defects. Because I've lived in like bigger apartment buildings and I think it's gone off maybe once. So it's crazy that it's like, I guess, this bad. There was one day it went off 3 times for no reason. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Striker. Exactly. We're going to check out. Oh, yeah. Let me see. 11-minute game to guess. Oh, gamer. Not gamer. You are a gamer. I called you gamer. Damn. Okay, flex. Ooh. Oh, this is me. And this is only the outfits. Oh shit. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, I'm screwed, guys. I'm screwed.
I'm not loving the odds.
I've had worse.
Well, in that case.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Oh shit. Oh, go silent or go loud with a fighting fist. Oh. Stop. Bark on missions and breathtaking locations, drive iconic vehicles, and drive into a cinematic adventure. Oh no. Oh, this game doesn't look like other things you've played in the past. You're a lying cheat. Are you kidding me? I love Hitman. Okay. Okay, Stray. Is this game relevant to you? Excuse me? What the hell? Glam, same. It looks so good. How are you, Dom? Ooh, 0 cent, 0 Evie. Oh my god, flex. Jesus. Yeah, Mickey, real. Real. Same. Add it to my wish list. Damn. Oh, it's very similar to Hitman just then. I saw the little question mark in front of their face. Cool. I'm interested. I'm interested. I want to get kicked from a lobby real quick.
Then it's 20 kilograms for 10 reps. First training, then 25 kilograms for 9 reps. The other training, then 25 kilograms for 10 reps. In the other training, and then 30 kilograms for 9. So you see, it's like once you add 5 kilograms, it's going 9 reps. And the next training with the same weight is 10. Then add weight 9 reps. Then with the same weight 10. So you see this.
Princess!
What's up?
Hey, Princess.
Hello. Hold on, I'm about to look.
Yo.
That shit not loading, Tayshawn.
What you talking about?
The screen share.
Oh, I don't care.
What am I waiting on? Hurry up.
I'm scared.
Put your ass away, child!
Snail Lord Lils just subscribed. Grateful for this little corner of the internet.
Snail. I'm grateful for you, doll. They're so serious. Everyone's like locking in. Thank you for 9. Hey, Princess. I've been a good girl. Oh. Yeah, slap it.
Thighs.
Mickey, it's so scary.
Hello. It's me again. After realizing I used my 36 mo to be silly, I've decided to be serious. Very serious. I even took a hot shower to think of something proper to say, and not because I'm stinky. No, definitely not that. Anyway, I can't believe it's been over 3 years since I got here. Every day I'm very grateful for this stream/community. I could never tire of being here.
I'll hold you to that,
Thank
Joe.
you for everything you do for
thank
stream,
you.
but most importantly for being you.
Thank
Carl's
you,
comfy, Carl's
damn it.
kitty, Carl's love.
That's so nice.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
That it didn't work out.
I'm moving on.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry.
I know
but
it's
over now.
terrifying. The pain is gone.
I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes.
I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. Oh, yes.
I'm riding
Tammy.
solo. I'm riding solo.
Okay, hype train conductor.
Hype train, we.
Thank you, Doggo. Thank you so much, Snail. Seriously. Thank you, Tammy. That's so kind.
I just saved 30 cents.
I can't believe that happened. She pisses me off. How did we get here? Thank you, Pookie. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Game full. I just saved 30 cents. Mike, crazy vibe. We'll see about that. 699, 690, 369. Damn, he's fine. Suck it to me one more time. Get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the window. To the wall. To the wall. To the sweat drop down my balls. My balls. Oh, these females crowd. Oh, skeet, skeet, motherfucker. Oh, skeet, skeet. Goddamn, goddamn.
Oh, okay. Okay,
You know
bet.
You're welcome. And thank you. But also you're welcome. But also thank you. Thank you for thanking us for thanking you. You know? It's a thanking thing, and you know what?
No, I'm just kidding.
You're welcome as well.
I'm in a new
Thank
match.
you.
Be no macho man. Guys.
I was kicked. Was that a child? Thank you, Mikey. Sorry, I just was trying to hear how old that person was. New hype trader mode. Tippy. Mikey, thank you. Off the shoulder look. Get my traps out. Yep. Guys, my traps. Nah, I'm joking. Was in mid shower and used a body oil sample and thought I just saved 30 cents. When you, yeah, lullaby. I remember like it was yesterday. Fuck, that was wild. Okay, one more and then I'll stop playing around. I love getting kicked in this game. Hey, princess.
Hey, princess.
Hey, princess. How you going, princess?
How are you today, princess?
I'm good, princess.
Thank you for the sub. Put your ass away, child.
Keys just subscribed.
Help me! I'll crop with you, sweetie pie.
I can hear that.
Can you crump with me, sweetie? Please. Mommy needs this. For me.
I've got camera.
Thank you for the sub.
I want a nice, clean game. Over.
Mortavane just subscribed. Virtual hug.
You dirty, dirty, sexy bitch. You cheeky little chestnut. Are they Australian? Are they Australian? More, thank you.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Are you Australian?
What are you talking about?
Oh, that's crazy.
Crikey.
Crikey.
Some prawns in the barbie, eh?
Yeah, little VB.
Fucking Vegemite.
Oh my god, it's crazy.
I love me some fucking macas.
Oh my god, Doggo.
But the fuck's the
No, no.
Chloe, thank you. More, thank you. Where's the ghost, lads?
Mate, I don't fucking know. This cunt could be anywhere.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Oi! It's hardcore.
No room is fucking cold. What?
I dare you to bloody play with the voodoo doll.
Oh,
We're gonna get a bit crazy.
Go play, touch it, touch it.
We're gonna get. You want me to touch it? You want me to touch it?
Touch it.
Oh, watch this. Ah, shit. Oh, shit, mate. Oh,
Yeah, go on, touch it, touch it, touch it. Don't be a pussy.
One more time.
Don't be a pussy. Yep. Yeah, keep putting the pin in.
Mate, you do it. Mate,
Where is it?
Mate, you do it.
Fuck, do it right now.
Yeah, do it. Put it.
Oh, fuck, blood. Fuck you, cunt.
Oh.
No fucking way. No way. I ran to the ghost. I fucking juked it.
Man down. He fucking died.
He fucking died.
He's dead.
Look, watch, look. I smudged right here. Fucking walked through the door, Blake. Walked through the door. I walked out on fucking toilet shit, man. I fucking walked out the door real quick, man.
Oh shit. Fuck, there was a crucifix here, everything.
You have to fucking run, mate. Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck. Who's alive? Oh, shit.
Fuck.
Oh, fucking shit.
She's one of them. She dies and she leaves. Fucking pussy. She's one of them. I'll tell you that right now. It's fact. It's fact. This whole game is fact. What are you laughing at?
That's so funny. She's one of them. This whole game's fucked. Oh, it's really funny. Oh, that tickled me, that did.
Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Yeah. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Yeah. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble.
Ping Chicken Wing has gifted 6 subs.
Baby.
Naughty boy.
Thank you so much, Ping. I don't know what's going on this round, but that's so funny.
I think this is one of these horror masks. Let me try it on. I think it's a goose. Okay.
Alright, I got no more protection. I'm cooked.
Oh my god. Thank you for the raid as well. Hey.
Mate. Why did you say it so seductively?
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey.
You hiding me in there or something?
You found me. That's funny.
Right here in this hallway.
Oh, shut.
You got UV.
No, we need it. How was your stream, doll? I just stumbled across a funny lobby. And now I'm just playing it out.
I feel like that's bad dots placement.
Check this.
Oh, smart.
Check this out.
Fuck yeah.
Yep.
Fucking sick.
Not my first rodeo, it's me third.
That was fucking good.
Yep.
Shit. Oh shit.
Oh, is it just us? Did everyone else die?
Yeah.
Oh.
They got fucked.
Yep.
I'm gonna grab a video camera.
You alright? Got. Oh! Rivals. Wait, I'm into jetpack hat at the moment. Sorry about your migraine, doll. Hope you feel better. Thank you, Ping, so much for the subbies.
What?
Hey.
What happened?
Me again. Alright.
Yeah, you're getting locked in here. Oh, fuck.
Ah. Do we have any evidence? I blacked out.
No.
Oh, okay. Shit. Shut.
No.
Shit.
What fuck?
Nah, we're fine. We got it. I think he heard me thank for the subs. He was like, what was that? I was like, nothing.
Fucking crucifix burned.
Oh, fuck. Ugh. Oh, is he dead?
Okay, so it's not a phantom. I just got a video and a picture and it didn't
Good comms.
And they were singing Ring Around the Rosie, so...
Yeah, okay. Alright.
You got any UV?
Yeah, I sure do.
Alright. Well, I think we got one. Oh, fuck, we got no more bun.
No more what?
I'm gonna go crucifix.
Alright, UV.
She's gonna get a wee bit crazy. Alright.
Oh, shut. Oh. Yeah, his accent doesn't sound Aussie when he was just talking just then.
Holy fuck, perfect timing.
Oh, shut. What is you... What's the,
What?
What's the EMF? What is it?
That's the EMF right there.
Can't see it.
Wait, you said UV?
Yes.
Can we get a pic? Oh fuck, I got no camera.
Oh, shit. I think it's gone, but we can put salt down again.
I got that on camera.
Oh no, crucifix. Oh god, let me get more salt. Thank you for that hype train, guys. Sorry I was so distracted by this lobby. What a fun time. What a fun time. Oh, there we go. Yeah, our first nice lobby.
How'd you die?
Alright.
No cold temps so far.
No orbs?
Cold temps. Fucking holding me.
Oh, shut.
He's the door closed for a reason?
Oh fuck, he's dead. Great. Was that an EMF 5? Oh golly gosh. I think that was a 5. Potentially. Oh, he's so fucking dead. Shit. Hello? I can't exit. Is it bugged? Oh. Great. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh shit. Well, I don't know. Why is this so hard? I don't know what it is. They did seem quite fast though. Oh god, I'm so fast. I'm not used to sprinting. Are you here? How old are you? Where are you? Fuck's sake. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Trish, hello. Sorry, I missed so many messages. This is not good. I don't know what it could be. They're acting really... Not even freezing temps. Unbelievable. Was it move rooms? Great. Bloody great. I can't find this one, Tabby. Everyone's died. Is that a 5? I'm gonna put 5 down. professional, I think. Do you reckon that was a 5? Give us something else, please. Are you here? How old are you? Are you here? Wait. Monkey paw here? That'd be crazy. Damn it. We have, well, I think EMF 5 and UV. It sounded like it. I'm screwed. Not doing anything else for me though. I'm 0. I will be dead shortly. Won't be a gin. Hello, Bobby. How are you, slut? Alright, I'm gonna guess, I think. I think it's between a Galoo, Goryo, and a Myling. Oh, there's... Well, maybe it was an EMF 5. Just thought it was. Still not cold. Shit. And no orbs either. What the hell? What do? How's it playing hard to get? Chill out. Oh no. I think it did step in. Oh, yeah. I think it did, Tammy. Bobby, I'm good, doll. How was your weekend? Are you here? Say something! Please! For God's sake! Okay, I'm just gonna guess. I don't know. Maybe Myling. I'm over this shit. Although she wasn't quiet. So maybe it's Agoria. Do I? Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. No, I'm just gonna send it. I'll try it next time. I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh, God. A banshee, grow up. The hell? That's crazy.
I'm sat there drinking a fucking VB. Fucking cunt's right behind me.
Oh, no. Not the VB.
You know what I like? Fucking Iron Brew.
Yep.
Fuck Iron Brew.
You have a fucking VB, mate. That's fucking where it's at.
One more, and then I'll vanish into the night and play with Tammy.
Mate, 27 more fucking goats.
Don't you fucking serve me a pint in a fucking wine glass.
27.
Do we have someone else to join?
Yeah, you know.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. No, yeah. Yeah, no.
Yep.
Check.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Hey, princess.
Bean shit.
The one and only. Chet, you bet.
Thundercock.
Fairly Odd Parents.
Top tier fucking sheriff. I know this guy.
No, randoms, Bobby, randoms.
I'm surprised I didn't put my fucking controller through my TV a little bit ago.
Oh,
Fuck.
Fucking nice thing to do. Totally meant to do.
You can fuck you then.
Yep.
I'll let you know
Reset my fast back to 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's alright. Mikey!
How do you drop that? What are you trying to drop?
There we go.
Just drop it gun. Getting rid of the fucking flashlight. Power's on.
We got a monkey paw, boys.
The monkey's paw.
Gonna bring you back to life. Good night, princess.
Let's strap up your dungarees. Wants to play a game? Yeah. Okay, kid. Play a game.
What are you doing with that
Don't
paw?
do it, dude. Don't fucking
Don't
do it.
wait until someone dies and we can bring him back.
Don't be a twat. I wish to see the ghost.
Mate, you're not gonna see nothing.
Oh!
See that?
See fucking
Not gonna
everything.
see shit. You fucking closed it.
You fucking
Now the
numbnut!
You fuck.
Oh, he's gonna fucking see something, ain't he?
You fucked it.
Great!
Fine, someone just bring him back to life.
Oi. Don't get your budgie smugglers in a twist.
Oh great, they're really hunting.
It's going fucking buck wild in there.
Oh, why am I blind now? Fuck.
Too much of that fucking moonshine.
Oh shit!
Too much of
What
the
did you
shine,
do?
he's blind.
Oh no!
He caused a fucking curse hunt.
I can't see anything either. I'm blind now.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, you fucked yourself. Pretty bad.
Are you alright?
What's with the
You're
door
like my
constantly
mate who
opening and
tried
closing?
fucking splashing battery acid in someone's face and got in his fucking eyes. He's blind.
Great. Where's the fucking ghost?
Fucking lovely.
You know where you're going, yeah? You see? Mate,
When Carla oop,
Oh, I can do another wish. We can really find out where he's at.
EMF in here.
Fucking living room.
Or in the living room?
oh, I missed my vision. Yeah, no. Tim's fucked. It's hot as shit, mate.
Is it in the bedroom? The EMF went off in here.
Yeah, an EMF.
Fucking hotter than Mama June being fucking hot, yeah.
Oh shit.
It's like in the hallway right here.
It's the hallway by the front door.
Oi. EMF. Where's it at?
Right here. Right here.
You got a fucking crucie over here, yeah?
Yeah, somewhere on the ground.
No, we got one. We got one, mate.
Hey, don't. Hey, don't. You hear what I just said?
Oh, yeah, I just...
Okay.
Oop.
It didn't disappear when I took my picture.
Yeah, the door is bugged.
Oh, phantom. Oh, it's right here.
Can't be a phantom, by the way. Rule out phantom automatically.
Dude, some Mexican is yelling his ear off outside my.
And rule out banshee and Dayan.
Banshee. And Diane.
Yo, I have a good feeling it's a shade.
Oh, it's Jack Johnson. Alright. Do we have anything?
Tell me, man.
I don't know if we do. Oh, I gotta put this in here. Me when I jack my Johnson. George Johnson. Four.
Project killing.
Oh,
Spirit box.
Not a shade.
Spirit box. Lovely jubbly.
Ghost riding.
Oh, shoot. Damn, they really said. George Johnson. Let me check my video camera. I don't think it's orbs. Yeah, it jump scares me too. Out of nowhere. I don't think it's ghost orbs. George Johnson of the BBC reported to you live from the house of Peppa Pig's father. They have perished. I'm gonna take some pills. Guys, I'm gonna take all the sanity pills. And deny that I did.
Nah, I'm not. I'm getting like 8 degrees.
A young single.
They moved.
I'll get the salt.
It's over here now.
We already did the salt, didn't we? Because they're all going to be so low. I love a harmless prank. I want them to be like, who ate all the sanity pills? Where is she?
About to fucking try.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I'm making money today.
Alright, one more.
Making a paper.
Oh, we got duplicate assault.
Are we found the bone
Oh,
yet?
the fuck?
Bitties? For me? Well, I never.
What'd you say?
Gonna take a photo of the bone.
Oh, where's it at?
I'll go find it.
So I got a camera too.
Alright.
Oh, it might be in the garage. The garage.
No, thank you, doll. How are ya?
No, it's right there.
It was 53. I just took Tim.
Not the bad one.
Yeah, on the ground. That was it.
Yeah, here.
Did you find it?
No,
and
did
it's
you?
53.
It's glitched
Did
out.
you
Pick it up and
find
drop it again.
the bone?
I didn't, did you? Maybe in the
No.
basement.
Fuck, every time you drop it, it just falls through the floor.
Yeah, no.
Did we get EMF 5?
You say MF5?
Yeah, did we get
got
that?
it. Was that the bone? Yeah.
Yep. We have the bone.
It's not in Celsius. Is that freezing?
Yeah.
No. That's 10 degrees, 20 degrees over freezing right here.
What's
But
freezing
it's
in
still
Fahrenheit?
32.
Do you have the monkey paw?
Outside.
Oh. Where is that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, wait. Let me get a picture. Let me get.
Yeah, take a photo of the,
Wait, hold on.
the paw.
Where the fuck did it go?
On the floor here?
On the ground.
Man, I can't see it. Take a picture.
Does
Fucking
this work?
bone. Oh shit. Yeah, right there.
Yep.
Oh, that's gone.
We got it.
No more pics. We're good. Go. Get out, mate.
Oh. 2 weeks left. Yeah. How exciting. We need this.
Oh, did you guys delete the wrong picture? Who took another video that disturbed soul?
I got a dupe when it was chasing me, and I got the video of it.
Oh, okay. I think we had like 3 uniques, and then I don't know what happened to them.
It's hunting. It's fucking hunting.
Shit.
Still hunting? Yeah. I got a video.
Doesn't make sense. We're all outside, aren't we? There's a camera inside.
Nice and sounds perfect. One more. And 2 more. Delete the dude.
Get me in. I want to go in so bad.
Alright, so we don't get a dupe. Turn that off. Where's the good EMF at?
Right here.
I was gonna say.
You see it?
Yep. I was gonna say, I'm used to hearing the other one.
So many different accents. I gotta get Tammy in.
Fuck to level 1. Misform.
Still got one more wish left.
Boy, check temps in the hallway. Going to garage.
We need one video deleted quick so we can grab the last one. Awesome. Third motion. I can get either Starlight.
The stray, fuck yeah, it kills me.
Door moving.
That's a double.
hate.
Making the EMF tweak out.
Wait, we got 3 types of evidence? I got ghost riding, spirit box, and then what else?
That's it as far as I know.
What?
Yeah, I don't think we have a third.
2.
Oh, alright, alright.
I'll try ghost orbs again.
Get mad.
I'm trying to capture it throwing something for the
Hmm.
last video.
We got a spirit box duplicate.
Bobby! Good night, doll. Oh my god. I'm not saying I killed them. Tammy, girthy game. It's so obvious what's happened here. The call's coming from inside the house. Are we alive?
Bound to. Yep. Holy fucking shit, mate.
That was a close one.
Boy, breaker's absolutely fried. Completely fried.
Oh.
Right. Maybe of the Jews.
A young individual.
Nah, not right here.
Oh shit.
Fucking cunt was running towards me, stayed close to me, just would not let up.
Oh, not good, not good.
The fucking smudge didn't do nothing. Nothing at all.
Dude, I tell my walkie on to see if it was over. It almost got me.
Oh shit.
Smudged it, threw it, didn't do nothing. It just ran right through it.
Oh fuck.
That's because you're using the wrong fucking stick. You mixed up your fucking weed in it, you bastard.
No, I never get that fucking mixed up, man.
Oop.
Oh. And walking. Oh.
Not
Boy,
good.
He's fucked. Yo, he's fucked.
Is he?
Nah.
He's gone.
Boy, I think his sanity's fucking drained. He's gonna be booked.
Oh shit, his sanity.
Thank you for the
Fucking
sub.
zero.
Put your ass away, child!
I didn't even get to take any sanity.
Professor
Same.
underscore Winter
Same.
just subscribed.
Fucking membrane.
Carl's love.
Got 22.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Fucking crazy bloke over here. Back up and fucking attack you. Fucking schizo.
Oh, they're so. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, don't get too close. You might get fucked.
You live in
Wait, hold on. If you just stick a camera through the door, keep your walkie on, you can just leave the ghost there. It won't kill anyone.
We have ghost and
Oh.
spirit box.
But then they grab you through the door.
Sam.
I was right up to the door.
Hello. And Winter, thank you for the resub.
Okay.
That's my god. Guys, I went into a random Phasmo lobby and I'm playing with just random people. But it's been a good time. They're putting on Aussie accents.
Got the EMF.
How was your stream? What were you playing? How's your island going as well? Oh shit. Guys, welcome. Hello. I'm playing Phasmo because screw it all to hell. I feel like playing Phasmo. Caitlin, hello. Everyone, hello. Also, Sam, don't let me stop you from slaying, making your PB and J, rice cakes. Because of you, I actually did.
Freezing temps. Freezing temps.
Chud Monday and then Crab Game. I love Crab Game. Everything is crab. Freezing.
Leroy.
Oh, we did it. That's surprising.
Griminy.
You guys
Yep.
grab the last two or just go?
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
I do a video of it hunting.
No. No, yeah.
Oh shit. Motion sensed. Winter, thank you so much for 59 months as well. And all the follows, guys.
Should be on the ground in there.
I'll do it.
Sick cunt. You know, fucking what in there? Go crazy.
I'll get the audio. Go on. Oop. Oh shit. Oh, it's going crazy out there.
Yo, get away from the door. Get away from the door. Let it roam real quick. Gotta get in front of the camera. Oh, you fuck. You fucked it.
You guys alive?
Mate, you fucked it.
Yep. Did we lose one?
No, we should just dip. Sanity 0 across the board.
Hey.
Fucking cunt, get out!
Alright, you got me.
Oi, sick cunt.
Hey, where's the monkey paw? Just get it to hunt and then bring it to the door again and just take a video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's gonna hunt.
Oh, hey, someone go to the van, Oh.
Run, hustle, hustle.
I guess it wasn't hunting.
Someone fucked up the camera. Never mind, we're good.
Yeah, it wasn't. Where did the monkey paw go? I'll just do a wish and get it to hunt while I'm outside.
Video's done.
Boy, I got misformed, or he got misformed. Yeah,
Nice.
that was you, my bad.
Hi Brandy. How are you doing?
We're good. I think we're good.
Alrighty.
Do one more audio recording. I don't know if the audio.
Oh wait, I have it. I'll go.
I was gonna say, otherwise I can run back in.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah.
Can I have it on the ground? I'm scared. Oh, truck sim. I want to play bus sim so bad.
Get out the fucking closet. I see you through the fucking wall.
Come on, say something.
Did we get the audio we needed?
No, but I'm trying. I'll try.
No
say I can do it while it's hunting.
Give me a little giggle. Give mummy what she deserves. Go on. Quiet. Yoo-hoo! Damn, they're playing hard to get.
Open it. You just gotta move it a little bit to do it. Front door. Bro, the front door was open. Front door was open. We glitched it for you guys. Come on.
Oh, it was glitched. Oh shit. That's funny.
God, the next mapping felt so.
Oh, I didn't know it was a
Yeah,
glitch.
so if you just do that with another person, you can glitch it out and it'll stay open during a hunt.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sick. Good to know. I'm dead. Thank you for the radiant, guys. Sorry I'm so distracted, but I love Sam in this household.
Alright, I got the last audio, let's go.
She's my god.
Unless, is there one more wish? You can try to bring her back.
Yeah, I don't know what the monkey paw is.
She's not worth it.
That's crazy.
I'm so alright, let's go. I'm joking.
Can't do it. I believe in your luck.
That's crazy.
Fuck, no, I'm gonna die. I always die.
You know, remember lost like 3 times.
Fuck
did it?
you.
It's
No,
bitty
no,
bitty.
I died.
Come on.
I died every time, dude.
Yeah, but what if this is your lucky day? You could buy a lottery ticket right after. You could win big.
I mean,
Like,
you got
it's
the
not-
High Priestess shirt on.
Yeah, he's got the fucking priestess shirt. He's talking about me, fucking dude. Yeah.
So sorry, no English.
Go on. Do it.
Yeah, you fucking Asian.
Don't be a pussy.
Levels. My kids fucking reset my account tonight on here back to 0. From
Fucking
from
prestige,
tier-
you forcefully.
Don't be a
yeah,
pussy. Get me
prestige
back.
5 down the drain.
Where's the monkey paw? Oh. And I know I took all the pills. That's it.
Alright,
Perfect
fucking Zika, I'm
investigation.
fucking out of here. I'm fucking going. I'm fucking out of here.
Shitty part was is that now I have to redo all my fucking maps. I had all of them at 50 mapped.
I'm just leaving. I'm just leaving. Okay. Tammy, get in here. If you're ready. That was fun though. Like actually just giving it a go. I was always so scared. Oh my god.
Hello?
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 Oh, right. Do I have everything? Oh.
Oh, you unlocked the cruci.
Yeah, I gotta save up for it now.
Do you want me to add mine a while?
Okay. Sure.
I'm level 100.
Oh my god. What the hell?
I can prestige again at any time.
How do you... Wow. That means the goat.
The zero heavy.
Yeah.
You get
That's
4K
silly.
every game.
My god. Flexin'. Put up those deuces and yeet out of there. Ooh. Hold.
Alright, we're here.
Wait.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Hey, so after this, disable your loadout and let me add all my stuff so you can save your money.
How about you save your money?
For what?
For things. You never know. Robin, also...
But you need to unlock everything.
True.
I think I had like 40.
Anyone from Faz? Anyone from Sammy's? Sammy's. Anyone from Sam's raid play Faz as well?
Look who's at the front of the truck.
Who? Oh. What the hell? What is he doing there? What a creep. An absolute creep, guys. I'm over it.
Phone's in the sports tent.
Ooh, that is Slender Man. Yeah, get back to Tomodachi. Yeah, if you like Faz too, feel free to yodel. If you want to yap, you don't have to talk though. And then tomorrow will be a longer stream. I'm very excited. So I wasn't feeling good on the weekend, so I'm kind of just easing myself back into it. Oh. Yeah, it's right behind you. I drained my sanity for that, but it was worth it. Yodelay. Tomorrow I'm so excited. We have the Faz update. And I want to play a simulator of some sort.
You're so low, you're at 20.
I can explain.
I'm bringing another one to cover the other half.
Yep. I gotta get a video camera. Ooh. I'm very excited for tomorrow, if I can say that. I'm very excited. Joe! How was your weekend? Oh, thank you. Because I'm excited. Oh, Peachy, isn't it crazy when you have fast food for the first time after a while? And your body's like, girl, what are you doing? Every time. I'm excited. I think I'm gonna make a chicken... Ooh, although I would like Alfredo. Maybe chicken Alfredo after dinner? I mean after stream. Yeah. Today was the first day in a while where my skin was actually clear. Henry, real. Real. I just love food. It was Mother's Day, yes. Ooh. How was it? UV? Wow. Oh.
Might be a goat.
Ooh.
Because it hasn't stepped in this salt yet.
Uh-oh.
It stepped in this one though.
Sneaky. We went out to Brekkie with my sister, my nephew, and my brother-in-law, which was lovely. And then I'm seeing her, just her and I, in a couple of days for breakfast, which would be nice. Peachy real. I've started meal prepping again. I'll do my proper meal prep, I think. I'll start early next week because I gotta do a grocery shop. It's, yeah, real expensive. The only thing that I find remotely affordable for fast food is Guzman, Aussie Mexican chain. You can get a pretty good deal there, delivered, but that's about it.
Okay, so it stepped in that one over there.
Interesting. Are you here? How old are you? What did you do, Joe? Interesting. Yeah, true. Subway as well, but yeah. My Subway order usually doesn't make me feel icky. Usually.
Where are you?
EMF 5. I already have it. That's so funny. I forgot we already put that down. That's so funny. My brain. Oh, nice. Little brunch moment. I think I love brunch the most. It's perfect time. Yummy food. There we go. Nasty. You want to use my roast toy? Real. Brunch is the best. I think I'm really craving Alfredo and chicken. Ooh. Ooh, yum. Chris. Hey, girl. Pookie. I want to make my Alfredo. I'm craving it. John. I want brunch so bad. I think I really want I think I want my pasta. Badly.
What's not a gin?
Real. Making me hungry. I know. I'm hungry so bad. I'm really hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm hungry for jetpack kit and pasta. I'll play properly Faz tomorrow because I'm so excited about the update. Eee! Italian is a move. Ooh, yum. Yeah, I'll make my pasta. I gotta pee after this as well. My pasta. Games have been fun. We did, I didn't mean to, but I did like 2 games with randoms, which was funny. Faz, I think, if you want to sleep in, I can start Faz 9 PM Eastern if you want to sleep in. Or I could start with it. It's up to you. I'm happy to do it at 9 if you want to get some rest. Because I'm very excited for it. But games have been pretty decent. Yeah, true, Tammy, you're right. Tammy, I do apologize because I'm not doing a long stream today, but I promise you we'll do like a, we'll do a solid session tomorrow. I got way too distracted with those weirdos before. My Aussie weirdos. Loved them. But I'm really excited for the Alan Wake. I'm so curious. Give me something else. Yay! How exciting. I'm very excited. Thank you, Queen. I've had this for so long. It's one of my stream cardies. Did that work? Oh, now I feel like fajitas. Where was that? Oops. Joe, I know. I'm so excited. Also, enjoy your lurk, doll. I see how I feel in the morning because I wanted to do like a simulator game and Faz. So I'll just wake up and be like, what do I feel like? Either way, I'm going to play both. I'm so excited for that.
Evidence, by the way?
Oh my god. No, I think we only have those 2. Oh, and I think we're playing 3, sorry.
It's probably a Goria.
I believe you. The salt thingy. So, John, kind of not. So there's 2 options. One, Supermarket Sim has like 5 new
I'm just
DLCs.
waiting for it to show up on dots out here.
So, like electronics, clothes, so we could do a full like brand new store. Or Water Park Sim has an update where you can play hard mode. So I can try and make a new water park on hard mode and just like challenge myself. Or I can do brand new and do the bus simulator, but that's quite expensive. So I was going to wait for payday to get that. But I wanted to check out the water park maybe because hard mode, I don't know how painful that would be. You can simulate everything. Bussy simulator. Where were they? Nebula, good doll. How are you? Oh my god, Henry, yes. We need to. I want to play the erotic sim. Simulate this. Maybe I will. Porn star sim. On her hands and knees. She was feeling herself just then. It's crazy. She was bent.
Okay, I'll die for the dead body photo.
Girl, we don't need it that bad. Stop acting like we're desperate. That's crazy. We can get an EMF reading. And we can get a burnt crucifix. For both camera and thing.
I have to repel it actually. Oh.
Girl! Oh. Sammy! No! God damn it. Tammy, your body didn't fling again. No! Okay, ghost, flame, motion sensor. I can do salt. Oh, is this empty? The cruci didn't cover. Great. Guys, don't worry. I will avenge Tim Tam Slam. Where's the camera? Go on. That didn't work? What happened? Oh no. Only one. Oh shit. What does that mean? Why isn't that working? What the hell? Is it interfering with the stuff? That didn't count as dead body? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Do we think it's a galoo? Galore. Oh, guys, I can't tell you how good this pasta's gonna be. Oh, you know when you're really craving food? Like, I'm just going to yodel, I think. What was that? I missed it. Oh. Yodel-hee-hoo. What does that mean, Tammy? You guys never. Oh, God. Oh, guys, I promise you, tomorrow's stream is going to be so hot and long and nice. I'm so excited. Because I'll probably feel even better than I did today. And I can enjoy the Faz update. We can play some simulators. We can yodel. I think it's going to be iconic. I'm very excited. You're hot and long and nice. Well, yeah. Tammy, are you going to stream? Is it Gorio? That cherry ripe also hit the spot at some point. Okay. Oop. Oh, I can't believe you wanted to get a ghost. Oh wait, Tammy's not. Oh, she is. Yes, I thought you were a shadow.
Oh.
I can't believe you wanted to get a ghost photo, and the ghost said, "Okay, fine."
Oh, the dead body, you mean?
Yes.
Wait, drop it. It's too heavy.
Okay.
Or do you want to try the challenge?
Girl. Are you playing with me at some point tomorrow, or are you busy all day? Which is so fine if you are, by the way.
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
Then I promise, because I think I'm going to do a smaller one today.
Okay.
Because I'm on all day tomorrow, we can commit to the challenge.
Yeah, you have friend swap too, right?
Friend swap the day after now.
Oh.
Which is
okay.
iconic. Well, we're waiting on Banth and Whiskey.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so there's 2 days in the mix at the moment, but I'll be able to start Faz earlier tomorrow.
Okay.
Yippee!
Wait, I can tell the mutual. You're on early enough.
What? How early are they starting?
Well, they're starting like in the morning, but I think they're gonna be on like all day, pretty much.
Oh, gotcha.
From what I understand. I'll find out though.
You're all right. Wait, did I put 2 over on? Carl, good morning.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before
Prepare accordingly.
I've got nothing else to report, unfortunately.
Okay. Jay. Jay Johnson. My joint. Guys, if you didn't know, we were like, the loyalty points are broken for no reason. We had no idea why, because it's an old bot. And we checked on the website, and it turned it off. So no one was collecting watch time for I don't know how long, but now it's back on. So you will be collecting points and watch time again. Which, oh my god, Henry! Yep. We're so back. Yippee! Wait, Beck, did you gamble? In the bedroom. Oh.
I have low temps in the kids' room.
Oh. I got a 3 in the parents' room. How nasty. Ah, through the wall. Perfect. Beck, how are you, doll? How was Mother's Day? You know what I miss in school? They would have Mother's Day stalls and you could get a little something for mum for like 50 cents to $1. And it was so cute because all these little kids would be like getting like a candle or something cute. It was lovely. Aww. Hi, Ace. I know, I can't believe how cheap it was. So affordable for the little ones. Dots. Little cheeky dot ghost. Oh.
Where are you?
Dots.
With dots?
Yeah. I don't think so, Crash. I could be wrong. But I think it's only while the stream's on. Burrito, you know what? You deserve it. Right.
Oh, that's that. Oh.
Right. Kayla, I'm good, doll. How are you? I'm very excited to make my pasta, though.
Give me the spirit box. I'll talk to you while I'm gone.
Roger. Are you here? Where are you? How old are you?
Bringing motion sensor and salt.
Where are you? How old are you? Oh my god. I thought I lost you. Stunning. Oh my god. I have to do laundry too. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, I think I was. I want the symbol back so bad, Tammy. If that's not in the update, I'm gonna cry.
I know.
I need it.
Wait, it wouldn't let me record that. What the heck?
Oh, dots. Damn it. They have Wi-Fi, Kayla? Damn, that didn't work. Oh, I did. Nice.
Let's see.
Oh.
A teddy bear.
A teddy. repair the cycles. Oh shit. That's nice.
Have you taken a pill?
I don't know. Am I low?
No, we're about the same, but I'm wondering if it has it early.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Crucifix is bugged.
I just took one to test yokai.
My goat. I did, Henry. Did it?
Two, actually.
Oh shit, a new update? What's new? I'm actually so surprised I got this addicted to Faz. Kinda happened out of nowhere. New decorations! We're so back! And a repair desk. Crash, that would be sick. Gran and I would play the crap out of that.
Did it throw the writing book by any chance?
No. It's the same, but we'll take it. Yeah, what the heck? That noise sounds like that song. Which one? Ichi. Oh wait, freak out. Adding oh. Okay, I'm gonna wait, guys, for the bigger update from Retro, and we're gonna play the shit out of that. She's good, Kayla. She's very good. Very, very good. I promise you, because I know I'm ending soon. Doing a smaller one today. I'm starting to get a bit of a headache. But tomorrow is going to be girthy. Very excited. It's going to be sick. We have Faz update. We have goofs. We have it all. Yeah. Is it dishes day tomorrow, Kayla? I have to clean as well. Oh my god. I have so much cleaning to do this afternoon. Really? What's it called again? Yes, so we're waiting on a confirmation, but it's looking pretty hot and heavy. Yippee! Chase me. I'm gonna save you, okay? Stay behind me.
No.
Stay behind me, Tamara. I got you.
Nope.
Come at me. I've got my incense. I'm capable.
I know, but if you're gonna save me, let's go out here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get the crucifix.
Come and get me. You leave her alone. Yeah, I did. Sorry. I wanted to make a point. Get down, Mr. President. Kayla, proud of you. Oh my goodness. I gotta click so many links after this. Yeah, I want to play Gamble with Friends so bad.
Closet in the master bathroom is open.
Roger. Come here.
Alright.
Stand behind me. Stand right there.
You're the one that's not level 100 yet.
That's what you think. Come out. Ah! Oh, my bad.
Okay, go to my Steam and look at your death pose.
Oh. Oh shit. Girl. I said ghost, come on. Let me have a look. Whoa. All right. I'm always bent like this.
That's the only thing we have.
Yeah. We only have dots. Put your ass away, child. Our sleeper build queen is also flexible. Yeah, that looks interesting. Oh yes, thank you, Henry, my gort. Mmm. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. I want to show you another game while I'm here. My ginormous wish list. Hold. This one, guys. Oh my god. Also, I want to play with this Gran. I want to play Ghost Janitors with Gran. But oh my god. We're just a bus driver. We're just a lovely bus driver. I can get my green screen out for that. Although I do like my fuck-ass cam. Terry making a comeback would heal me. Oh, Terry needs to do this. Wow. Roleplay queen. Ooh. Well, get on the bus, babe. Terry would be so scared of the big... Wait, what? Is he scared of the big smoke? If only Terry was my bus driver. Where's Terry's wig, actually? I mean, never mind. Listen, he went bald at 15. It makes him feel handsome, and I'm all for it. I did, Peachy. I love truck sim. But I've wanted a bus sim for a while. A situation? Crash handle it, babe. Do what you need to do. Is Tammy okay? Freedom, huh? What do you mean? Aha! I knew I'd find you here. What do you mean?
I'm waiting to get hunted.
Oh. Freedom. Hey. This is why I shouldn't have you guys on my friends list. Because I'll be like, oh, this game looks interesting. And you'll be like... Thank you, doll. That's really nice. I gotta remove you all so you can stop doing this. That's very sweet. Thank you. Very, 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 very generous. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's exactly... Oh, what? Did I get bamboozled? I'm so tall. Chaos, hello. Thank you. That's really nice. Hi. I want to clean up my whole house this afternoon. Ew, what the fuck? Tell me, why is this doll standing up by itself? I want to clean my whole house this afternoon so I can stream as long as I want tomorrow without being like, oh, I need to clean my house. Ew. Today's my first normalish day in like a few days, Freedom, which makes me really happy. So I think by tomorrow, I should feel as close to 100% as I can. Fingers crossed. I feel like I don't want to talk too soon, but this has been a nice morning, definitely. Because on the weekend I was going through that, so I'm just... Here's hoping. But I'm gonna get off soon and make some pasta.
Did it disappear in the dots photo? I can't tell.
True, I guess it did, hey. But can you also see the dots ghost on camera though, on video? But that's a good point. Yeah, today, bit naughty, but today was always going to be like a smaller stream to ease into my week, and then the rest of the week will be girthy. I'm very excited. Tomorrow and US Thursday, or aka Grand Day, will be like my long boys. Yeah, true, Joe. Joe, you got a point.
I'm out of incense and I give up.
Okay. I was, what I said to myself as well, because I was feeling a bit guilty about how this has been kind of changing my schedule here and there, but I'm like, Carls, you have 3 full weeks of streams, including this week. So you have 3 weeks left. You'll be fine. You've got time. Stop thinking you have no time. Just look after yourself. That's it. Wagging my finger IRL. Yep. Well, that was funny. Oh fuck, I didn't put it in, did I?
Oh shoot.
Oh my bad.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I didn't? I was wagging my... the song was nice. Are you going live now?
Probably not yet, no.
So fair. Have you eaten?
No, I haven't.
Tammy! I can't talk, but still.
I can't eat first thing in the morning. Or,
First thing in the
well,
morning?
when I wake up anyway.
Yeah. That's fair. I'm the same. I tried to make a sandwich this morning. And I finished half of it, but I was like, oh, I can't.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
If I eat right when I wake up, I just want to go back to bed.
Yeah. That's fair. I can't
Always
really have
makes me
much.
tired.
That's true. You right. You right. Literally midnight. I don't eat first thing in the morning. Although, to be fair, it is AM, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess technically it is the morning.
It is now, yeah.
Damn it. Got me. Okay. I'm sorry I got distracted with those randoms before, but I promise you we will have all the time tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I really want to have pasta.
You should.
Some pasta. But I'll be lurking when you go live.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank you for games.
games.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye, love
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Oh, did it kick me out? Fuck. Hopefully I didn't go bye. Bye. No, I said the full thing. Thank you, Tammy. I would usually stay on for a bit longer, but I'm just gonna take some pillies for my headache and have some pasta. I make myself stink water? What's stink water? Oh, tea. Tea? That's funny if that's what it is. Tammy. Thank you so much for today. I'm sorry I didn't play that long, but tomorrow we will. Enjoy that pizza. I mean pasta. Oh, drink water. Oh, I thought they were saying stink water as in a tea, and I was like, that's really funny. Because it's just stinky water. I'm gonna call tea stink water now. Bye, Striker. Tomorrow, guys, I'm just gonna suss out what I'm feeling in the morning. We're definitely doing the Faz update. Probably the most tomorrow. Because I want to check that out and we can also yap. And then if I feel randy, I'll either start with the simulator or end with the simulator. Either way, we'll figure it out. But I really want to do this this update. It looks really cool. Thank you. I'm so excited. It's gonna be delicious. Simulate these nuts. Got 'em. Thank you. Long awaited collab. Potential, Tammy. Potential. If not tomorrow, the probably week after. I want to give it my all. So I'll see how I feel in the morning. Kristen! No! My Pookie! My ass is fucking sat and I'm about to make pasta. But Tammy, if you have time tomorrow, because I'm super comfy with you, I'll definitely play with you regardless. No! Wait, no, but Tammy will go live soon, Kristen, and all will be right in the world. It'll be fine. No! Tomorrow I'm doing a long stream though. Tomorrow I'll still be on for like at least another hour or two. I need a nurse, help! Anytime I end, I feel so sad because people sometimes come in and they're like, hey, glad you're on. And I'm like, no! Tomorrow will be a juicy one though, Kristen. Tomorrow will be juicy. We need Tammy! I'll raid into Tammy off stream, and you can keep the tab up. You just keep the tab up. Don't stress, Tammy, because you got to eat. But I'm gonna raid into Tammy off stream, and then the tab will be up. No, you don't have to. I don't want you to push yourself. Don't push yourself. Just keep the tab up, guys, and then Tammy will appear. But let them get a snack. Let them get a snack. That's so funny. That's, you could just wait, you could just click go live and then just don't, by the way. And you can just put the starting soon screen on. Oh, you did! Tammy! Tammy! Oh my god. Tammy went live so quick. Alright, guys. Oh, great. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. I'll be lurking. I love you. Thank you for understanding my need for pasta. Thank you, Joe. I'll do a long stream tomorrow. I love you guys. Bye.